Kind of. You ready? You guys got a worried look, both of you.
We're ready. I haven't learned how to sleep yet.
Okay. We begin day 2, but before we begin with what you put on the table, we're going to do the pledge, Mr. Mayor. We're going to do the pledge first. Madam Clerk, will you please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Nomás para que sepan, me puse unos jeans nuevos. Nuevecitos. Skinny jeans. Okay, we're going to start with a review from yesterday. Does everybody have their paperwork from yesterday? Yeah. Okay. Mr. Dickey. Sure. I contemplated yesterday in reference to the Tahoe. We need to downscale.
Okay.
Okay. I don't think we should get a Tahoe. You do need a vehicle because it's part of your contract. I don't think we need a Tahoe. First of all, we talked about fuel yesterday, and Tahoes love fuel. So it'll work both ways. So I don't know what kind of vehicle you can get, and to reduce those 65,000. Also on that, I don't know, members of the council, how do you feel? Do you feel okay, or do you want him to have a Tahoe or what? We're talking about fuel. Yeah, because this is going to be a vehicle that he's going to use in the city, not to go, too far, hopefully, except for some meetings out of town. But what kind of vehicle do you think would be? Also, yes, sir. What kind of vehicle do you think would be good for economic vehicle for the city manager?
Well, so many options up there, obviously. Mid-sized vehicles such as small SUVs such as Ford Escape or something like that.
For the 6-cylinder? The 6 on it?
How about a hybrid? A Ford Escape hybrid?
Well, that's something also that we can look into.
What would the cost más o menos ballpark figure would be on a vehicle like that?
40 grand.
40? So I would reduce it by 25,000.
What about the maintenance cost on a hybrid? So what about the maintenance cost on the hybrid? Wouldn't that be higher?
Not necessarily.
Batteries are
extended warranty.
Not that much.
You get an extended warranty on less than 5 more years. You don't have to wait and get another one.
Yeah, definitely. Something.
And
Those Explorers también tienen hybrid.
Yeah.
The Ford Explorer.
It may be a little more fuel, I would think, maybe possibly, but
And the cost más o menos on something like that?
If you get a plain J like the PD, they're like about 45. Más o menos.
some ranches, yeah, of course.
Yeah, 40 cents.
We'll see what else.
Will you look into it, please? Before we finalize this, give us an idea.
Mayor, Council, that's completely fine. That's, even if it's a little pickup or car, it didn't matter. The thought with the Tahoe was just the room and space to be able to, when there's a conference or something going on, or so more of us could go in one car. And
I thought about it too, Mr. Dickey. When we go on conferences, we take our spouses.
yeah,
We can't go with our spouses in a city vehicle.
yeah, okay.
So we have to take our own vehicle.
Okay. All right, but that was the thought behind a larger, because we did start small, then we went larger.
Yeah, I think let's do that. Also, can you? Yeah, oh, he'll have it by the end of the day, okay. All right, so we'll, I'm gonna put a yellow mark on this one, till we get a price, Alfonso, we get ballpark figure by today? Thank you, Alfonso. A couple of options there, Alfonso.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
So for the moment, sir, we're leaving the 65 in here until we get a number, correct?
Well, yeah, but after the end of the day,
Then
the
it's gonna
number's
be, okay.
yeah.
We just wanted to
But
make
you know
sure
what?
since we're up here.
You know what, bring the 65 to 40, because if we put us, you know, it's gonna reduce to, it's not gonna be 65, we're at 40 for now. Okay, 2 questions for recreation. Those are recreation.
Oh.
Just the top. Okay, please.
Sir, for every minute that she's leaving, I take another item off of mine.
I'm going on the list. You know, I didn't take the list home, so.
I was just concerned. I only have 2 in their printers. I don't want you to take
I
my
think
printer.
you're okay, Gene.
Those have to stay.
You and IT are all right.
Okay, good.
If it's per page.
Just about, yeah. We're doing better on paper this year than we did last year's budget, though. We had a lot more paper last year, so. We only killed 1 tree so far.
So whatever we remove from here goes directly into where?
Into the number that's right behind Rudy's head,
Oh,
our reserve.
Yeah.
Which is actually over there now, 7 million.
Oh, yeah, it's over
But
here
you'll
now.
see it,
Will you
it'll,
make that into a hard copy for us?
We sure will.
Okay,
I'm gonna take a picture of it
yeah,
as soon as all the numbers are square.
okay. Yes.
7, 8.
this should give us that number.
Y la luz,
She's got it.
y el mismo
Let's go
tiempo,
back.
we water.
16, 32.
Okay.
You water.
The mayor almost took away my printers because you were out of the room so long.
Sorry, I was making sure the splash pad was working.
Okay. Couple of questions. On the demo of the WIC building and the relocation of the skate park, honestly, will that be done this budget year?
Yes,
It will?
yes. We have people ready to go. as soon as we get the green light to have that building done.
And you're gonna put the skate park back this year?
Yes, because it's just putting the concrete and moving over the ramps. And I'd like to have that done before baseball season restarts in fall, so that the parking lot is ready over here.
Okay. They don't go on yellow, they stay the same. And then the pad for the Camp Little part, was that one bid or three bids?
Right now,
$83,000.
it's the same company that put it in initially.
Okay, so you didn't go out to bid on it?
I haven't gotten any other ones. I wanted to get a ballpark figure on it because they're the ones that installed it.
And so that was the number that you got? Okay. Yes, go ahead.
What is that pad? Because it's only been like, what, 7 years maybe?
It is worn out.
Yeah.
And,
It's pretty much concrete at this point.
okay.
They wore it out. I went by there not too long ago and saw it, and it was bad.
And there's no warranty on that, right?
No,
I don't think
No?
so.
no.
But it's expensive, no? 83,000 for just a pad.
Because it is full rubber. That pad was all rubber. That doesn't have wood chips.
So when they put a new one, they remove the everything and then put it under.
And then they put a new
the
rubber
stuff.
pad.
No, but I'm talking about the play equipment and everything.
No, they don't remove the play equipment.
They cut around it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, the cheaper option would be to put wood chips.
All right. And what is a terrain cutter?
Terrain cutter would help us up there at the golf course area to make sure that the big chunks of the big grass is able to get cut.
So it's what, a mower?
Yeah, it's the bigger mower
Okay.
that can go over the hills than the rocky areas.
Yeah. And we're going to be using it in the Middle Hills area.
Yes.
Okay. And what is a driving range auto machine?
It's an automatic machine where people can rent the little baskets of golf balls, which could bring money into the city. And it takes credit cards.
So it's just like a golf ball dispenser?
It's a golf ball dispenser. That way we can have the driving range going without anybody actually being in the building yet.
Okay. All right. Does anybody have anything on that? Members of the council? Parks and Rec. No, you're fine? Everybody's fine? Okay. Thank you, mijo.
Thank you.
Renee, one more thing. On the lights at the cemetery, you said you wanted those for security reasons?
Yes. Yes, it would be along the roadway in the cemetery.
On the main road?
Yes.
And those lights, you want them to be connected to the system, the light system, not the solar?
Right. We could look at solar options. I don't know if that's going to change the price or not.
Okay. 25,000, I mean, 30,000. Okay, that's fine.
Because what costs a lot, same thing with the ARPA grant that we're doing for Hohokam. What is costly is the pipes,
No.
the poles themselves.
The poles. So. Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Yesterday, somebody mentioned something about the school district maybe changing their minds. I'm doing an agreement with the city.
Mm-hmm.
And are we still planning on investing on the Challenger Park play structure and the lights?
I don't think so. Because Mr. Kissinger said that if we make an investment like that and they don't agree to give us a contract for, that'd be basically a loss for us.
Yeah. So this is out now, the 126 and
Yes, that's out of the question. And also the 18,000 on the lighting.
okay.
Mr. Mayor,
for now. Yes, Jack.
So what we talked about on that was that we were going to go ahead and fund it in the budget, and that we're going to take a new lease agreement back to NUSD to bring back to mayor and council to extend those years before we put that, we expend that infrastructure. So we weren't going to eliminate it from the budget.
You're not going to do it now? Okay.
Okay, now basically the ball's back in NUSD's court. I'll go back to talk to Angel and tell her, hey, listen, before we expend this money, we need to extend our lease, and mayor and council have to be comfortable that we're going to have control of that property to invest as much money into it, and see what they say. If they're against extending our lease, my recommendation to mayor and council is not to invest that money, and then we can reallocate it at that time. But for now, I'd like to leave it in the budget, is my request.
Yeah, okay. Do we have to do a lease when we have an IGA?
Yes, sir, because an IGA can be changed in 30 days, and a lease is over a period of years. And for this amount of investment and the amount of investment we put in there, I think it would be more appropriate that we have that lease instead of just an IGA. An IGA is just shared facility use.
Yeah, because we have an IGA and we water their park here in Pearson.
We have an IGA with a school district that allows us for recreational purposes to use any of their fields, and vice versa for recreational purposes. And then mayor and council also voted, I believe unanimously, not to charge them for the water, at Pearson.
Yeah.
For years, Pearson Field was hooked directly into our water system with no meter. So which is a problem we all know with ADEQ and what have you. We finally did put a meter in. We cost to mayor and council elected to waive that charge. So it's that water is charged just to the general fund.
That's why I'm saying is that we've been fair to the schools.
Extremely
and
fair.
It should be right for them too. You know, also be fair with us, especially if we're going to invest money like this into.
I believe we've been extremely fair with the school districts.
Okay, well that stays there then. Yeah. Okay, on the facilities, we removed almost 300,000 yesterday. All right. The Public Works building, the Public Works restrooms, and the Public Works lobby floor. Is there anything else, members of the council?
I have a question, Mayor. On
Let's go ahead.
the genie scissor lift, is that like used every day? Is this like a? The genie scissor lift, is that used like every day? I mean, can we just rent one for when we need it for that week, or? Because I'm seeing here that we get the genie scissor lift, and then we have to get the scissor lift trailer also. And
I know it's used quite often. Renee, you have one.
We have one at the gym that we use.
Yeah. So when you change lights,
put up everything.
The Christmas decoration.
the Christmas decoration.
Oh, so we have one already.
Yes.
So why does facilities need one? I know, we can borrow it.
Doesn't have a
We
trailer
just
though.
need the trailer,
But if we have one already, why? I mean, you don't have a trailer to move it?
No, it just stays in our storage room there at the rec.
How often do you use it?
Once, twice a week.
Once or twice a week.
And he will use it for what? Facilities. I think he mentioned to clean the windows out here, huh?
Change out light bulbs, clean the windows, fix the street lights, stuff like that. I don't know. He's not here.
I don't think if you use it in fixing street lights, you need the boom truck for that.
Yeah, no, for street lights.
No.
You did buy a little trailer for what? $1,200 at Home Depot?
No lo puede.
No lo puede.
It's heavy.
Pretty heavy.
It's heavy. Uh-huh.
They're heavy on purpose, so they don't tip over.
Yeah.
Or you could buy a good one, like a big text for about $3,000-4,000.
Is your lift pretty new or is it old? Do you have problems with it?
We
or
haven't had any problems with it.
None at all? Would you mind lending it out? Yeah. Councilman? What do you think? Just a trailer?
Sure, just a trailer.
Members of the council, okay on that? We can save 35,000. All right, that goes out. Jeannie goes out, trailer stays.
Okay, so lift out, trailer stays.
Yes,
It's 35.
another 35 from that department. That's $335,000 we saved.
We're taking out this 35.
Yes, we have.
There's a place off Miracle Mile that sells trailers, the tandem axle, like to put a car in. They're like about $3,000, brand new.
Well, we could look at that. Maybe we could get it cheaper down the road or something. Yeah. What's a gator?
The gator are the
Little tractors, you see them at 4th of July, they drive around, they put all the garbage in.
Okay.
little tools and stuff to
A
have.
utility vehicle.
Yes,
Oh,
little
okay.
utility vehicle
Órale.
to have up in that area.
Órale, es todo. Okay, perfect. We okay with this one? Move on? All right. So P&Z is asking for one 2020 Chevrolet Colorado extended cab, 29,000.
And that one was a carryover from last year.
Carryover from last year.
And if you see that one P&Z vehicle, I think that was Chief Acevedo's car.
Yeah.
But what? Okay, now you. Who was Acevedo's car?
But see the difference in price? 29,000. No.
Oh.
What I'm saying, the difference in price, that we can get something that'll cost less for the city manager instead of 65,000 on the Tahoe and probably another 20,000 in gas for the rest of the year. Okay. Was Alfonso going to get that gas, the stuff for us today?
Can we have, remember you and I talked about that yesterday? Can we have it this afternoon?
Alfonso, can you get that for us? All right, thank you, Alfonso.
You'll be my favorite fleet person.
Good one. I think it's gonna be your day, Gene.
I don't know.
Oh, well, okay, don't.
That's what happens when you don't sleep.
2 ambulances we need, radios we need, units we need. All right. Okay, and Parks and Rec, funding for Techea, that has to be in there. Purchase of 6 park vehicles, has to be there. Facilities, window replacement, utility truck for electrician, yes. Cemetery, the dump, yes. Sanitation, the rat pack, yes. Fleet, fuel storage tank carrier, yes. Water department, hydrovac. I know that scares everybody, the cost, but we do need it. And then water lines, yes, we do need that. And streets.
So, Mayor, we have that.
Yes.
We have all the enterprise schedule for this afternoon.
Yes. We'll talk about those.
Yeah.
Yes, I know. I'm just.
Okay.
Yeah, just
because she's not keeping up with you.
No. I'm just.
She just kind of looked at me like, what are we doing?
No. No, if I stop and I go like this, that means we gotta talk.
I will duck and
You said fire, and I'm like, oh my God, what is we
No. I'm just talking.
We haven't started with enterprise yet.
Yes.
Just kind of reviewing before we get.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
He's just looking over his paper.
Yeah.
My man.
Okay, on streets, we have the Ford, 59,000. Yes, the other Ford, Super Cab, 93,000.
That's for two of us.
Two. Ay, me asusté, I didn't see the two. I was gonna say, where in the hell are you buying
My
these?
best friend's right there if you have to ask him a question.
Yes, I don't want to talk to him at all. No. I'm saving them until we get into the HERF later on. Okay, so we got all the streets on that and everything. Carryover was 2 million enterprise funds. Okay. Okay, then we had the capital projects.
So those would be all of our new capital projects for this coming year.
Yes. Well, we're gonna discuss this with the enterprise funds right now. So right now, up to now, I guess everything's okay with that. All right, with the review. Anybody have anything? Councilmember Jorquez, do you have anything? No? You okay? I remember, Councilman, that if you find anything that you think we want to discuss, even though we already went through that, you have all day to bring it back up and discuss it, okay? If there's a question or anything, we can need to bring a director to be here with us. If he's not here, we'll discuss that. So we'll start with, what do you want to start with, Chief?
Well, I'll just recap really quick where we're at in the reserve. With those cuts, taking those out, we're now at 8,004,465. So we've gone up just a bit.
In 80,000 for the window replacement, didn't we have a grant for that from the Tohoto? Okay.
Gene, on the window replacement for the Primeria Alta, didn't we go after a grant on that at one time or no?
I am not sure.
John, do you remember?
From the Tohoto?
So, sir, currently we're working on a grant with Arizona Parks and Trails to do AC replacement over at the museum. So it's an AC,
Not the windows?
not the window.
Okay.
It's the ACs.
All right. Okay. So we're going to start with what? Capital projects or?
Sure, let's go ahead. We can go into the streets, HERF, and overweight capital
Don't
project.
go with a HERF yet.
Okay,
I'm going to save that for the end.
okay, then let's go
Pick
ahead.
any other department.
Water.
Water.
So, Gene, unfortunately, we weren't prepared to take these out of order. So if we're going to jump into water and sewer and what have you, if you don't mind, Mr. Mayor, could we take a 5-minute recess while Robert works his magic on the computer there and brings Alejandro up on the screen?
Okay.
If you don't mind, a 5-minute recess, sir, is
Yes.
requested. Thank you.
I want HERF to be last.
So this one's water. So this is last year's expenditure. Here's our- So the number you want is
Let's see what's going to give us sewer or water.
last year, this year. I added the two together. Here's our carryover, our new capital.
And he said he's ready.
Gives us a negative number. So like that 8887 number.
Okay.
Is actually negative. That's the reserve. Now, if you want to start it.
So yeah.
So see, you could start with this. This is our balance.
Just start with that.
And then that's where to our carryover and our new, so that would match what's in here. So if we start with that one.
Okay.
So that's our balance. These are the two capital.
Carry over and new.
And then we would see it become the negative.
Okay.
And that's the reserve number under your finger.
Water?
You know what might be a good idea, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Alejandro was actually the one who brought the building issue up.
Okay.
And for the Public Works building, and I know that he got some technical help to see how they were going to repair that sinking building. And maybe Alejandro would be a good time right now, since we have him there. He can explain to us how he was anticipating doing the repair to those buildings for you.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alejandro, did you hear that? Okay.
Got a problem, and I think it was a lawsuit between the contractor and the city of Nogales, and I think the city got some money back from the contractor because of the building sinking, the northwest side of the building, and that has created problems for the building for a long, long time. It's moving the sinking towards the northwest, cracking some of the floors, and moving the roof, because the roof is divided in two places. So through the years, we have been putting band-aids to that. In my opinion, we need to fix that building, because eventually it's going to be a bigger problem. But again, it's something really complicated, because I believe in the past, we got a consultant to come and do a quick review of that, and say, well, we can engineer a way to level that building and stabilize it. What I presented in this budget is some money to start that process, get an engineer to do this stuff, see what's the best way to fix the building is, and tell us how much it's gonna cost. Because I think I put $250,000 for that, but I don't think it's gonna be enough to fix the whole problem. So that's the idea. And you know, the building had an elevator sign there. We never put that elevator in place because the building is broken and the elevator cannot function with that.
Okay, Alejandro, I can understand that. And I discussed this back in 2000 when I was the public works director, you know, and I discussed it with the members of the city council because of the elevator situation, because they wanted to make it ADA compatible. And so we told them we would never be able to do this. That was 22 years ago. And right now, honestly, when I saw the number of 250,000, I knew it wasn't for construction. It's probably for engineering and everything else attached to it. So why don't you just add another 500,000 or $1 million to it? And if we have to do that, Alejandro, I'd rather knock that building down and build a new one, because you're never going to get that building fixed, Alejandro. I'm not an engineer. I'm not an architect. But I know when a structure is failing, a structure is failing. And I don't know how they plan to level it off, tear off the first section of the building, recompact the soil, and then build another section in the front. I don't know how they plan to do it. But we don't have the money to do that right now. This is not the time.
I understand that, Mayor. I totally agree with you. It's a very difficult task that we have to do. We have seen some buildings in town that they can fix. I don't know if you remember where Unisources used to be, that they had a vault there, and that was having exactly the same problem. They brought a company out of California that injected concrete under the floors, and they leveled that up. I don't know how much that cost, but I think our problem is a little bit bigger than that.
No, yeah, because ours is sitting on top of the wastewater treatment plant. Ours is sitting on top of bad soil, no compaction. Ours is sitting on top of partial dump site. So it's not, you can't inject anything underneath that. unless you had natural soils that probably were fading, you could probably, but that whole area, even where the WIC building is at, that far to northeast of the buildings, all that area, the ground is bad, it's not stable, so, you know, we're lucky, actually it hasn't fallen down or completely detached itself from the complete building, but I think this, for something like this, Alejandro, where it's a whole different animal that we're gonna have to deal with, not the budget, okay? Because as it is right now, we got the bank building here, we have invested $2 million on it, we can't even get started because the county can't even give us a document that says that, yeah, we can, all right? And you know that building over there, it's in the floodway. It's in the floodway or floodplain, see or no? Okay, how do you, explain to me, how are you gonna be able to do that work, injecting cement on a building that's in the floodway? We will never get a permit for that. Never, Alejandro. So you know, let's not even think about it.
Yeah, and I was just thinking that was my ethical obligation to bring that to you guys and say, here's an issue, and then your call.
Yeah. I'd rather put that money and put it in the reserves and the contingency, and so that we can have good money there to start the budget year. And yes, Alejandro, we can plan for that down the road, but I don't think this is time right now.
Okay, that's fine with me.
Thank you very much, Alejandro. Okay, do we continue?
Water, sure.
Okay. So,
Water?
to the water?
Yes.
So I don't know if you can hear me. I should have this on. From Robert, and that's always a good thing. So anyway, we're gonna go through it kind of like we did with the general fund. This might be the only one that's coming out of it as a negative if you approve all the capital. Okay, is that correct, James? Of all the funds. So basically, this is what we have available after operating costs and everything. That's what we have available going forward. This is in the reserve. This is not part of this. This reserve is there. This reserve's there. This reserve is there. Just want you to know that. It's not being touched. So carry forward capital is 552. New capital is 2,134,550. The total is 2,686,550. You take away the 1,883,000. You're in the red, 803,152 if you approve all the new capital and the carry forward. You can do that if you want, but that means you're gonna have to dip down to here, which would bring that down to like 200,000. Otherwise, you're gonna have to find somewhere in here $803,000, so you maintain this where it is, or you even put some back into it. So that's your cost. That's kind of where we're at with this one. And I'm just putting them up here. I'll put all the funds up here where we're currently at. This, I just want real quick, the general fund, those numbers are probably going to come up with the fuel costs that we're going to save and a few other things and the revenues that are coming in. Like I said, very conservative. This number should go up quite a bit when we get the audit. So that's where we are with water. And now we can go over the projects.
So Dicky, I just have a question.
Okay.
Does every department have a reserve separate from the general reserve?
I think so, Gene. Every department has a reserve, like a contingency.
All of the enterprises do, yes.
Okay.
Just enterprise.
Just the enterprise.
Is that considered a reserve or contingency?
It's either or, whatever you want to call it. I call it a contingency for those accounts.
Okay.
Ours, I call it general fund reserve. Yeah. So water would.
That one I understand.
It's a contingency.
But
and that's what this is.
Yeah, because we can't have a reserve for every department.
Right.
There's only one reserve.
For general fund.
Right. Mm-hmm. General reserve.
Ese es el bueno, Hector. Este es el bueno de abajo. The reserve for general fund.
Oh, yeah. No, but this is for the water.
The water.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Water department.
El del agua, sí.
Aquel es agua.
Yeah.
8 million.
Yeah.
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 So I might change that and call it something else.
That was my only question.
Yeah.
So for the carry forward for the water, I'll lose my voice. We have the hydro pack truck, which is actually carried over from 2021 and 2022. And it was at 430, and now the cost is 462. And the only other water carryover is replacing the 16-inch water transmission lines, and it was carried over from last year. And then, so that's where the 552 carry forward comes from. Alejandro, does it look like we might get that hydrovac truck this year?
Planning is that, well, the truck has been ordered, we haven't received that truck, that's why we haven't been able to use the money. So my information that I got here, we may have that by October this year. So that's why we need to carry over, because it's gonna go over the budget year.
Was the carry forward capital projects on the list that you handed out this morning?
It's on the one that looks like this. And it's on the blue one too.
From yesterday?
No, they're right there in front of you. By your candy. You should say one says carry forward on the top.
Yeah.
And the blue one that you handed out?
Those are the ones that that shows everything together. And it does say if it's a carry forward, it does say carry forward either next to it or below it. But I'm reading off of the white sheets, not the one that has the blue on it.
These two?
I'm looking at this one. The ones that look like this.
I got it, I see.
You found that one?
Oh, the ones from yesterday.
So the hydrovac truck listed at 462,000?
Yes. And it had previously been approved at 430. So the price has gone up a little bit.
462.
Mm-hmm. Are there any questions for Alejandro on those two carry forwards?
Which was the other carry forward?
The replacing the two 16-inch water transmission lines at 90,000.
Where's that going? What is just to have the lines, or is there a project, or is?
It's in the right in the middle, sorry. Okay. Okay.
But it keeps breaking.
Yeah, no. Does not even touch that one. Let's fix that one.
Are we okay?
Okay, yeah, we're okay. Continue.
Okay, so add that 552 up on the. Mm-hmm. 552. 000. Okay, so for the new capital for water, there is quite a bit. We have the security fencing and alarms for 9 water tank sites at 135,000. We have 3 electric generators for the Santa Cruz River. There's one at Gavavi well number 1, Santa Cruz well number 1, and the Santa Cruz booster. Those 3 total 412,300. We have the Royal Road tank utility room roof at 25,000. We have 2 pickup trucks at 30,000 each, so that's 60,000 total. We have 5 electric generators in the Meadow Hills area. There's Meadow Hills well number 3, Coronado well number 6, Meadow Hills booster, the Meadow Hills well number 1, and the high school booster. All of those equal 459,250. The insertion valve equipment at 113,000. The hydraulic tools for water leaks at 20,000. Replacing 20 fire hydrants at 50,000.
Gene, is this new?
This was actually on his list. The additional 50,000 is being put in the contractual where we had it from the fire department. So this 50,000, it was already on Alejandro's budget.
So the 50,000, the fire department remains in the fire department?
No. I've taken it out of fire and on the,
put it into-
yes, in the system, it's in the water department already. The water system improvements, replacing 4-inch water lines on East and Nelson Street with an 8-inch water line is $600,000. Deepen the well at Gavabi Ranch, Gavabi Well number 1 is $100,000. The water system improvements is 2 water meter collectors and 2 repeaters at $20,000. 10, replacing 8-inch water meters at $4,000 each, so it's $40,000. And the Royal Road water tank maintenance rehab at $100,000. Are there any questions for Alejandro on any of those?
Well, of course, there's questions for Alejandro. I think we need an explanation on a lot of this, Alejandro. Where did you come up with the need? For instance, on the fencing, do you have fencing already up there? On all the tanks?
On all the tanks, or do you have no fencing at all?
Yes, we do have fencing. All these things that are coming out, the new regulations are coming from EPA and ADQ, for what kind of security we need to have. Of course, we have had the wells and the tanks like that for many years. We cannot afford to come this year. I believe probably next year, all the, we have, that, those are concerns are coming out from the federal government to protect the water supplies.
Okay.
And the roof for Royal Road, can we do that in-house?
Yes, that's how it's budget, using materials to do that, and we can have our guys, work on that.
That's not for a contractor. 25,000?
No.
What size of utility room is this?
It's really, used to be the police department, that they have their equipment, and, now we got our skater system in there, we got our computers and everything there, and the roof is leaking, so we need to fix it. I think it's 20 by 20, something like that. I don't have the exact measures, but that's the measures that I believe we have there.
16 by 16. 16 by 16?
Yes.
At $25,000 for material?
We got a quote yesterday, it's 2,000 for the material.
Okay.
Do it in on that.
Okay, so let's remove 23,000 from that.
Por dinero. Y me asustaron, 25,000. Entonces, con eso, los apartments me los entechan allá al García por $2,600 cada uno, en 1,000 square feet. Dije, ¿qué le van a poner? ¿Shingles de oro o qué? All right. The pickup trucks, a must, Alejandro?
The pickup trucks. The pickup trucks. Is that a must? We need them?
Yeah, we got really old trucks. I think one is 98 and the other one is 96. That fixing, and the guys are getting stuck many times.
Are these trucks gonna be for the workers or for the supervisors?
The workers.
Okay. Did you guys hear that?
I heard that.
Workers. Okay, we'll give you the 60,000.
I thought you said I got dibs for the truck. I heard that. Didn't you hear that? I got dibs for the truck. ¿Oíste lo que se oyó?
Dije que sí.
Parecía que dice, I got dibs for the truck. Como diciendo, yo quiero uno. Okay, that was a good one. All right. The generators, I know we need them. These generators, they're going to be installed as it goes, or as they fail.
In Middle Hills.
I didn't.
The generators for Middle Hills. This is, you're gonna replace them.
Wells?
Yes, yes, generators for the Middle Hills area. Five electric generators.
And, on the wells, and in the booster system.
Yeah, but are these gonna be installed, or are you gonna have them there until you need them?
Well, they're gonna be installed and ready to go when they are needed. They're not gonna be working constantly. It's just a backup, for when, the power pipe fails, we don't run out of water.
Okay, so, but you still buy them all and have them in stock, or what? Is that what you do?
They're gonna be installed, ready to go at any time that the power goes off. They would start pumping water instead of waiting for the power to come back.
No, I
They're
understand
unseen,
that.
they're positioned unseen, kind of like the generator we have here. So when the power fails, they automatically turn on and power them up, but they don't take it out there.
Yeah, but do we have some on right now?
No.
We don't. ¿Qué tienes?
No, they don't do it.
No, pues estamos trabajando como Nogales o no. ¿De veras?
All right, this is good. We keep this, all right. The insertion valve equipment, what is that? ¿Tú me puedes decir, Rudy?
Piece of equipment that, instead of having a company to come and put a valve when we don't have valve in place, we have to turn off the water. That's really the key, that, when we have locations that we don't have a way to control the water, we have the equipment to go and install a valve without having to turn off the water for the people.
Okay, good. Well, that'd be good to use the railroad while we get something going.
Everything.
Yes.
Oh my God.
All right.
Not on the railroad.
Hydraulic tools, that's good. The 20 fire hydrants.
Already talked about the 50,000 on that. The lines, the well. Alejandro, why do we have to deepen the well at Guavavi Well 1?
Well 1.
Because when the water table goes down, we have to stop pumping that well because it's low and we pump more air into the system. So we with that is to deepen the well and capture more water in that well and really without having to drill a new well.
How deep is it right now, Alejandro?
I think it's 160, 180 feet. I don't remember exactly.
Yeah, that's correct. Okay. Yes.
So, since it looks like we're gonna be struggling to fund this year all of this capital in the water, and we need to prioritize, maybe one good strategy on helping us get there would be to leave that 50,000 for meters back in the fire department, where that fund's a little bit more healthier than the
okay,
and eliminate it from here. We'll leave it in the fire, and we'll let our water group draw down on that 50 out of the fire.
Okay.
I think that might help, and then it's possible that maybe Alejandro can phase in our fencing over multiple years. I don't know if we can ask him that question, how we can prioritize this a little bit to make sure that we don't spend all this capital.
135,000.
Yeah, so maybe we can do it in over a few years worth of, and Alejandro, would that work?
Start working late during the fiscal year, and then we can carry over the work for the whole year.
Yeah, but that's not the way we try to do budgets, Alejandro. So if we could, out of our security funding of the 135, if we could just prioritize what we can do this year and then save the rest for future budgets. Does that make sense?
We have to cut, I believe, the first one that we can cut.
So, yeah, so we're
down for many years.
So we're gonna have to cut, Alejandro, so that's why we're asking you to look at this and prioritize what needs to get done and what we can defer to future
one alternative that you may consider is not having all the fencing done for all the wells, just allocate some money for that. And we can do maybe 2 or 3 this year, and maybe next year we can do another 2 or 3, whatever you think that would work for the budget.
So Alejandro, if we get the $135,000 and divide it by 9, is that what it costs us to do one of our locations?
Yes, it's our best guess.
That's 15,000.
There's something worse than that.
How many? Pretty bad. Huh? Yeah.
Proper tank is bad.
I figure.
I would say about you.
So, Mr. Mayor, we should have probably done this operation offline. It's all right. So just speaking with our water supervisors back here, and they're comfortable doing 3 or 4 of the fencing.
Yeah.
So if we can reduce that appropriately.
So how many? 4? 4 at 15?
Do 4 at 15.
60.
And you already did the utility room? You backed that down to 2,000?
Yes, yeah, we put that in there. And then we removed the 50,000 for the hydrants.
Move 50.
Alejandro, the mayor, can you live without deepening the well, number 1, on the Guavabi? Can you survive this year without it? Say, for instance, if we get a good rainfall and the water table in the Santa Cruz River goes up, can you survive this year?
I think we can survive. It's just a best guess that the rates are good. We can live. We got more wells. The worst case scenario, we run out of water. We still have plenty of water supply.
Yeah, because, so you can help us balance it out, balance your budget. I think we could, yeah, we can remove that 100 this year.
Alejandro, so our plan is to defer the deepening of Guavabi well to possibly next year.
Laura. I hope we have a bit of rain this year, and we don't run into any trouble with that. Still, the worst case, that well is not producing what we need. We have more wells and metal field that can complement the water.
So, Gene, will defer that 100,000 to next year?
Okay, 600,000. So after 600,000, it should be 100,000. We're not going to
Defer this one.
Okay. No. So then, this is what we are. This is what we have. The 24.
Too bad we weren't going to make East and Nelson a park.
It's right here in the 600. Porque no en sur. Tiene que ir sur para water in the same time.
Water systems improved. Sí, ya sé.
Sur, la ruta sur, sur.
Yeah.
So shouldn't that be? That should be approved. No,
John, on the water system improvements on East and Nelson.
That's all those.
That wasn't placed under the WIFA?
East and Nelson's not on WIFA? It wasn't on WIFA?
No, it's not.
Okay, but
forward with a potential colonial grant for ANZA, which will free up some WIFA?
Yes, I don't know that would qualify because it's commercial and, commercial area. So, but, that area, is that we for the fire protection, also commercial sites there. So we need to defer that one more year, I think. Okay, since we have lived with that for many, many years. But I think it's my obligation to bring that to you and say this is something that needs to be done. If we cannot afford it this year, I think we can postpone that for next year.
I think we should. It's for fire flow, did I tell you correctly? Is the main issue there fire flow?
Yes, it is.
East Nelson?
Well, we have fire flow in Nordic, you know? Yes, we have
2,000 feet of hose in the fire truck.
So what I suggest, Mr. Mayor, maybe we defer the 600,000 for the 8-inch and then see how it shakes out maybe with WIFA. Because if we can move some of that WIFA money around with some colonial grants and other.
Especially if we're going to do the ANZA differently.
Especially if we're able to get ANZA, but we're not sure. But at least it gives us a plan forward. Either way.
Because if we've been with that system like that for 60 years, ¿qué tanto, Rudy? Más? Fácil, 60 years.
Since you were Public Works Director.
We can do one more year.
Since you were Public Works Director.
Yes. It's been around for the longest time.
Caroons used to be there.
Yeah. I think we can, let's defer that 600,000. We'll balance the budget with that.
So then that leaves us.
Did you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah?
I think so. Let's just, we're gonna find out. So you need to add an additional 20,000, 40,000,
She's working it right now.
and a 100,000.
Yeah.
And what's your total?
Mira, andamos cercas.
Really?
Andamos cercas todo.
Go back up to that number.
Para no sacar nada del contingency.
60,
Sí.
412, 2,
Yeah.
60, 459,
Yeah.
13, 20,000.
I have a question for Mr. Massey. Since right now we're struggling to trying to balance out, the water department budget. Where are we at? I remember a few meetings ago where we discussed, I think it was Liberty Waters, that they owe the city like 250,000, somewhere around there for sewer. Are we any closer on resolving this issue?
Mayor, members of council, that is an item that is currently being discussed, so it's not something that's going to be resolved, in the immediate near future, but it is something that should be resolved in the next few months. And it is just relating to sewer revenues. So I think we're talking water at this point,
Yes.
if I'm not mistaken, but also so that would be sewer.
So, Mr. Mayor, with all of the cuts that you did and the defers to next year and moving back to fire the hydrants, we now have revenues over expenditures by $44,848. It brings us back into the black for that one.
There we go. Told you.
So, Mr. Dickey, your new capital is the number that's up on the screen? The 1286550? Okay, 1,286,550. That's your total new capital.
Comes out to 44,000.
Yeah, $44,848. If you take our available, take away our carry forward capital and our new capital.
So you put that in the contingency?
Yeah, there's a 109.5, 514 plus the 45.48. For the contingency.
So we're balanced?
Sure didn't work
We're
right.
balanced?
Plus
Rudy, ya se ganó lonche.
Rudy, ya se te hizo el lonche, mijo.
it's 1,140,362. So that would be our new contingency.
¿Vino Tony? ¿No vino Tony?
You guys back.
Did you catch that, Alejandro?
Okay, so then right there, just
Okay, so with the cuts to the capital or deferring it to future years, your new contingency, instead of being in the red, you have a new contingency of over $1,140,000 in case something comes up during the year. Okay.
Okay.
Puedes quedar a gusto en tus vacaciones.
No, he still has sewer, Mayor.
Ah, no, el sewer.
We still got sewer.
Así, no te vayas. Let's talk sewer, Alejandro.
And sanitation.
Yeah. Te va y vienen esos dos. Especially if we were 800,000 abajo. Este marcadorcito, fíjate, ni se le saca punta, pero ¿cómo hace daño? Ayer le borré todo lo que
Dickie,
tenía
when you're
Juan.
ready, I'll give you the numbers for sewer.
Por eso se trajo.
You want to take a picture of that?
It basically is everything we have right there. And it started with my paper, so it works.
Got it.
Good one. That's what I like to hear. Este le hacemos un ladito.
Sewer, we doing sewer?
Sewer, yes. Okay. Is, I'm off a page. Hold on. We gotta figure out how to get these little dots, like when we make the holes in a different spot on our paper. I can't read it. Is 897,578. Okay, available is 1,680,279. Okay, they have no carry forward.
Yes, so.
And their new is 130,000.
Sounds like a slam dunk to me, man.
This one we like to see.
So for sewer, they have no carryover capital, and all they're asking for is a 4x4 3/4 ton pickup truck with a utility box for 45,000. Repairs to a sewer line at Escalada Nogales Wash for 25,000. Repairs to the sewer main at Chula Vista Old Nogales Highway at 35,000. And the sewer department storage area awning repairs for 25,000.
Okay, Alejandro. Who's gonna be driving that truck, Alejandro? Who's gonna be driving that 4x4 3/4 ton?
It's gonna be a utility truck, it's gonna be whatever is needed, and I think we have multiple people that use the same truck.
I need to have a worker on that truck, Alejandro.
Uno que le pone ganas en la zanja. Jorge se para arriba de la zanja y da directions. He's got a nice truck already. ¿Quieres el troque? Dime si quieres el troque. ¿Se lo vas a dar a un trabajador? Okay.
Okay. Mr. Dickey, you hear that?
Yeah, I heard that.
He's gonna give it to a worker.
Right? So we're gonna give you the truck, Alejandro. Same question I asked the guys in the water and everybody that I'm asking. Okay? The Escalada line, yeah, I guess that's, uh-huh.
And on the last rains, we got a lot of trouble there that a lot of the debris got stuck with that line and the water eroded the bank. So that line cracked and because the line was support. So we need to put a new pillar and realign that crossing. That can be hopefully combined with the bank protection that one is working on fixing the bank of the wash there.
Yes.
And we can support that line.
And that's the same area where we have that flow coming in from across the line?
The backflow, Alejandro, when it's surcharge.
Is that the same one?
This one.
Yeah, okay, all right.
The one in front of the transfer station.
Okay, I'm okay. Thank you, John. All right,
Yeah, the main line is in Chula Vista. Explain that one.
Yeah, that's the main line that's crossing Chula Vista, crossing the wash. That's supported by a cable with two poles on the side. And those poles need to be reinforced and make that line more straight. It's sagging right now. And before that fails, we need to fix it.
okay. That's a good one. Awning repairs at the storage area.
That's where we store all this equipment, especially the back trucks, that they need to be protected, especially in the winter, because they take water and the pumps they freeze. That one pump costs over $20,000. So we need to protect the equipment that we have there, and we empty the water most of the time. But there's still some water there, so it's really important to protect an investment of $500 million that we got in the trucks there.
All right. Porque es el que está atrás de la llave.
Yeah.
Building.
Yeah, it stores the two vector trucks and
Between public works and storage.
Uh-huh. You gonna have a company do that? Or you gonna?
We're thinking of doing that in-house too.
¿Y eso es de lámina, creo?
No, es de madera.
Madera.
Tiene chile.
De oro. Cinco de oro.
Un chingo de oro.
Alejandro, you're good. Yeah.
Total. That totals 100.
They're good for 130.
We're good?
You just scared her. She's like, there's not 130,000.
Oh, there we go.
Right here.
Here's your total. Okay.
Yeah.
So with that, it brings the contingency up to $2,447,857.
Okay. Mr. Dickey, are you using a calculator or mathematics?
Alfonso's just giving me the numbers.
Man. Yeah.
You guys need to just make sure these numbers are right.
Yeah. We're not going to embarrass Alfonso in front of everybody. We'll wait till later to tell him he's wrong. I'm kidding. He's like, I know where you live.
Okay, we're good with sewer?
Yes.
Okay.
Sanitation.
Oh, so we're good there.
Yep, sewer's good.
I wonder if I should just put it on this one.
You can. Sanitation doesn't have much either. Mr. Dickey, you tell me when you're ready.
Okay, what's the contingency?
Okay, contingency is $1,604,451.
851?
451.
All right, available?
Wait. Okay, sorry. Available is 1,024,000, so 024,071.
Okay.
Carryover capital
Yep.
is 150,000. And new capital is 91,000.
For a total of
Well, I didn't add those two up. 241. 241. Right. So the two big ones, they're like 600,000. They're not coming in until 2024, so they are not in the 2023 budget. So they'll be coming back in the 2024 budget as a carryover from 2022. We're trying to save you a little bit of money this year so that we can afford the 2 trucks next year. So for your carryover, it's just the Rat Pack 3-yard trash compactor.
Actually, it's 8 yards. No, 3.
Oh, it's 8 yards, sorry. Not a 3, it's an 8?
Yeah, it's an 8.
What you're saying is that we're gonna postpone buying the regular.
Right, because they won't even be available to us till 2024.
Yes, I think we were negotiating with the supplier to get it done next year, but I don't know if we're gonna be able to do that.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
So, if that's the case,
Reserve, and it would be a matter of going back to mayor and council and asking to pull out a reserve to pay for those vehicles.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
And also, Mr. Mayor, this is one department we're not going to touch the fuel because I can't cut back on fuel on sanitation. the routes, so I can't.
Yeah.
They got to go.
These are trucks that don't go to different places, but
They follow the route, so they have to do it every day. And it's diesel, which is the most expensive, but yeah, I can't cut on the fuel here.
Okay.
Okay, so the one carryover was that Rat Pack 8-yard trash compactor. 75,000 was a carryover, now it's 150,000. And the company did tell us we should have that one by December, right, Alfonso? We're hoping by December. And that's the only carryover. And then for his new capital, he's asked for 150 of the blue recycling containers at $12,000. A steam cleaner for the sanitation trucks at $14,000. PVC containers for the downtown area at $15,000. 5 dumpsters that are 4 cubic yards and 5 dumpsters that are 3 cubic yards at $20,000. Does that sound right? Okay, I just saw him look at me. And then a pickup truck at $30,000, which I'm guessing is for a worker.
Sure, not in sanitation. Not in sanitation. Workers in sanitation drive
the big ones.
Who's driving that pickup truck?
The one that we got has been in the yard for a long time because broke down, and we're lending one whenever we have a need for that for the sanitation of the water or sewer.
that one probably going to supervisors.
So the supervisor?
Yeah, probably going to supervisors. Yeah. Right. So he's not taking a great big dump truck to go.
Can you pick up a couple of trash bags?
Absolutely.
Some green waste.
Mattresses.
And mattresses. Yes, sir. Okay, we're gonna give you that truck, and you better pick up mattresses. Thank you very much. I guess we're good with that one.
Mayor, quick question. On the recycling containers, are we still doing recycling?
Well, actually, we're not doing recycling, but we still have it. The process is still there in case we had to reactivate it. So, it's better to have both the blue and the gray. Just one day, hopefully.
So,
commodities get back.
So, Mr. Mayor, Councilman, we still have the recycling program in place. We do collect the recyclables at each house that we visit with. We dump it on the pad. Tucson Waste Recycling looks at the material and decide whether it's feasible or not to further down the road send it off for recycling, or just push it into the trash. It all depends on commodities and market. It's pretty complicated. But as far as our residents, with our residents, we do pick up the blue can on the off day. So we're still doing that.
Alejandro, I think you survived.
That's nice.
Good man, Alejandro. Cancún.
Not yet.
¿Y se está casando Alejandro otra vez o
No sé. We have leaks.
So real quick, just to recap that, the contingency, so we take out at 783,340, add that to the contingency, and what do we come to?
2,387,000.
387?
522.
Is the new contingency for sanitation.
Okay. It could be. So with Alejandro here, do we want to just quickly run over WIFA before he decides to go sit at the beach?
We have fleet.
We have retreatment, we have fleet.
I was just working my way down the book. I think WIFA comes next. Let's see.
We have, we're down the book. I think we have treatment.
It's pre-treatment's part of sewer. So that was included in all of the sewer numbers.
Pre-treatment's a different budget.
Yes.
For expenditures, yes. Okay. So expenditure wise, his budget this year is at 110,000, but revenue wise, that's included with the sewer budget. Mhm. And he's really not asking for nothing. He's a one-man show in pre-treatment. Okay, and then water. And sanitation. Sanitation. Okay, then we have like our sewer connection fees. Of course, you know, that one took a big hit this past year where we pulled money out to help pay for the IBWC. So we're hoping then to, you know, start rebuilding that one back up this year. And then we have our water connection fees, which it's always a lot lower than our sewer. The charge for the sewer connection fees is always higher. So that one's low. It's sitting at about 89,000. And then WIFA. So WIFA, he has attached his projects. You'll see them behind their sewer and water projects. You see those in there? Okay, that's what I thought. I put them in all the books.
That hasn't changed since we got it.
Yes, Mayor. The only thing that has changed on the WIFA is we have drawn down some of the funding to pay for the engineering that's ongoing. So it just gives you new totals, but all the projects are the same on the list.
31 projects still the same, worldwide?
Yep.
No?
Same projects are still on there.
Yep. There's just a few that have moved to the next stage.
Since we have Alejandro, you know, we want to make sure he comes back comfortable from his vacation. Alejandro. Sorry? Oh, here, let me turn it on.
Okay.
Royal Road, since we're in the WIFA thing. Where are we at on Royal Road?
Royal Road is getting designed and it's a little bit over 40% complete the design. We have received the first draft, review it, make comments and adjustments, and they are continuing with the design. We're hoping to have the design ready by August, September of this year, and hopefully we can present that to ADQ and get approval as soon as possible, and go out to bid and start construction of the first months of the next year.
Why is it taking so long for the design?
Well, it's the whole subdivision, Mr. Mayor, the whole subdivision is getting redesigned. Nothing in that subdivision works. All the pipes are breaking all over the place, foot locks, gold baiting of the pipes, the materials are really bad. So you probably know that the complaint that we have from the customer there, that we're constantly there digging the streets and having problems with the water. And every time that the thing happens there, it's just one valve that we control the whole subdivision. And that aggravates everybody there. And that's why it doesn't matter that it's complicated because the streets are not that wide. There's gas, there's telephone, there's fiber optics, and they keep it for the night that we can have. So that's why the design is taking a little bit longer and it's complicated.
Yes, I'm the person that gets the phone call, Alejandro. And that's sometimes at 12 o'clock at night, 3 o'clock in the morning, 6 in the morning, 5 in the morning. They seem to call me first before they call the PD. So this is what we're going to be doing. I talked to John about that. We're going to discuss it on the council meeting in June. And then we're going to have a town hall meeting for all the residents of Royal Road in this council chambers. So you, Mr. Dickey, John, Juan, everybody attached, even Tony, everybody attached to that job is here, Ruby Arabia, everybody, Glenn, so you can explain it, to the people in Royal Road, why it's taking so long, and why it's going to be such a big job, and all the whys in the world, you're going to explain to them. Because I've been explaining that for the past year and a half, and it's not working, because every time I explain it, I say, well, they told us that they were going to do this date. They told us we're at this percentage. They told us this. I don't want to explain it anymore, Alejandro, and I know that probably the members of the city council don't want to do that either. So I think the best way to do it, we should have done this in the beginning of the year, is have a town hall meeting with all the people that work in the department, streets, water, sewer, everybody. Mr. Dickey and John, and we're going to sit down and we're going to invite all those people, and as many of them that can come here, and if they don't come, we model, but if they want to come, they can come, so we can explain that. I think that'll be the best thing, Alejandro, especially if you say we're not going to be doing the work until the next year. They're not going to believe me if I tell them it's going to be next year.
And I will do my best.
So prepare yourself, all right? So it's going to be coming along. Yeah.
All right. So what do we do with this? What do we continue with now?
We're on Fleet.
We're on Fleet now?
Mhm.
Okay.
And Alfonso's here and Ruben if we have any questions regarding Fleet.
All right.
Because they don't have the contingency. So Fleet, basically, their one increase, the big one, is the fuel, and it's not necessarily that we're purchasing more fuel, but we are now being charged the fuel surcharge because of it's the per gallon, it's between 600 and 1,000 per trip they come down here, and it's part of the contract that they signed a few years ago. And that just started in March. So we have calculated that in there for the amount that's gone up. So we're not purchasing more, we're just paying for the fuel charge. Yeah, for the delivery fuel charge.
Where's Alfonso? Alfonso? Oh. You anticipate any changes at all besides this with the fuel itself?
Well, as far as increases in price, it's obviously probably going to go up. It's hard to say how much, but I think we're still in a trend where we may see some increase. Here again, it's hard to pinpoint how much that may be, to be honest. So.
You know, because I heard some senators and some Congress people ridiculously saying that, don't be surprised if within a year you're paying $10 a gallon on the fuel.
Right.
All right. So if that's the case, then everybody's going to be in trouble.
Right.
You know,
Definitely.
The whole system. You know, especially the trucks that deliver food and everything. You know, it doesn't.
Yeah.
I don't see it going down, and they're doing it just so that people can buy electric cars. You know that's a proven fact.
Right.
So they're using that, and you know, we're not going to get an electric dump truck, an electric trucks or tractors. We're always going to have fuel, and we're never going to have an electric car in the city ourselves for a long, long time.
Right.
Cuestan $100,000.
Yeah.
Can't even give a Tahoe to the city manager, and now we're gonna do a $100,000 Lexus.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah. Or Tesla.
Yeah. So at this point,
so at this point, do you have something that have you projected? Have you ever thought about it, or what? How? Because by the way, it's going up daily.
Well, at this point, I believe that we need to do, you know, citywide consciousness as far as how we can try and save fuel. Obviously, how we can try and prevent people from just sitting there with their vehicles running and you know, hopefully save fuel. Obviously, that way, we need to send the word out to everyone. And I want to think that some of that has already happened. Believe me, with the PD and, you know, other departments. But obviously, we still need to make sure that the message is very clear that we want to implement something where we're trying to.
Is there any way, Alfonso, that month to month you can regulate the fuel use and the cost?
Oh, definitely.
And bring it to Mr. Dickey so he can present it to the council.
We do that.
Because starting June, on the council meeting, we're going to have a fuel report.
Sure.
It's going to be presented by you, Mr. Dickey.
Okay.
So that we know the expenditure, how much we're spending and how much are we using.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only way the council will know if we're reducing the fuel. And how, if not, identify the departments with Mr. Dickey.
Right.
What departments need to be addressed and say, you know what, find a way how to reduce the fuel.
Exactly.
Because, you know, dollar per dollar, it's going to increase and it's going to be a big cost.
Yep.
You know, 522,000, is it?
That's for the fuel, the storage tank.
Storage tank.
Yeah.
So
we're looking at 463,000 for fuel.
500,000.
Yeah.
So look at that, $500,000.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Mucho dinero.
Yeah.
You know, and I know that we can solve the problem, Mr. Dickey. We can. You know, like I mentioned yesterday, I'm sorry to use Renee again, the excuse, but you know, if you have a job site to go, and your job site is a cemetery, so when you leave the yard, you go to the cemetery, half a mile away, half a mile back for lunch. You shouldn't spend more than a gallon a day or less.
Right.
Ese troque no debía gastar más de un galón.
Right. Yeah.
Pero si gasta 10 galones, do we have another cemetery?
Right.
You know, cemetery, you know, we don't. So there's job sites to go to. And that's the same thing for streets, same thing for water and sewer. You have a job site to go to that job site. Just from there and go back to eat or take your lunch or whatever. Help the city.
Right.
Help the city by not spending that much fuel just for driving around or taking the long route home. ¿Verdad?
Exactly.
Or staying with your car on, you know, because you want the AC. You know, there's ways of eliminating that. I'm trying to do it myself, and it's hard. It's hard to, you know, to try to save a, you know, a dollar here, a dollar there, especially with fuel, because those dollars you can use them somewhere else.
Exactly.
¿Verdad?
Yeah, definitely.
Maybe you can help us with that, Alfonso.
Sure. Sure.
Really appreciate it, Mr. Dickey. Yes, go ahead.
Alfonso, how big is the storage tank that you're...
That we are recommending? So it's going to be a 3-stage tank. One of the stages is going to be a 10,000 gallon capacity for unleaded. The other one would be for 5,000 of on-road diesel, and the other one 3,000 gallons for off-road diesel, which is what we currently have. It's just be a new tank. Correct.
So that's quite a bit of fuel that you're going to be storing, right?
Right. Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah. So it's worked well for us over the past 20-some years. Yeah.
Pues te fijas que cuesta lo mismo para comprarlo y para llenarlo.
Sí. $1 million, no?
Yeah.
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 Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, wonderful.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right. Sure.
And the only other capital that is under fleet is repairing of the fleet mechanics door, which is 5,000.
Yeah. I think that's fine. Yeah.
Go to fleet?
Yeah.
All right. The next is our inventory warehouse. For the most part, that budget has stayed almost exactly the same. It's just the health insurance went up a little bit, pension went down a little bit. But for the most part, there haven't been a lot of changes in the inventory warehouse.
All right.
And then we have the public works utilities is the next one. There was no capital for warehouse. We don't let them buy anything.
Yeah. All right.
So for the public works utilities, there's no capital in that one either. For the most part, the budget did not change much either. Training went up just a little bit, but the other professional services dropped. So there wasn't big differences in that one. Any questions on that one?
Yeah.
All right. And then the final one before we go back to my best friend is Robert in housing. His budget hardly changed at all either.
Yes.
Once again,
Yes.
back to the story.
Oye, tómate una corona por mí. All right. See you later.
Red hang.
Take care.
Bye.
That one. Mhm. And then you can X out of that one. I'll just like it out over there in the middle. There, right there. There you go. Okay.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, for housing, he's asked for a little bit more in membership dues. He's also increased his general supplies by 1,000, and he increased his uniforms. So actually, he now has uniforms in here.
Feel good?
I feel good.
Sorry?
Wow, nobody else got that question.
No.
Because I know he's not going to spend any money.
No. And his uniforms he's putting on his guys this year look really nice.
You can see him from far away.
Yes.
Too.
That was a full intent.
Especially Martine.
From
You can see him
far,
coming in the
far
building.
away. You can see him from.
And speaking of uniforms,
That's a
Juan got the
special
memo.
color. What's that?
Speaking of uniforms, Juan got the memo.
They match.
Tú traes una, a ver, mira. There you go. There you go.
So he's the only one that got the correspondence.
Is that it?
That's it until,
No, Juan doesn't go. You know, I've been saving Juan and Tony. Let's take a 5-minute break.
thank you.
All right.
Numbers up.
Absolutely.
Streets contingency.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, go ahead.
before we go to the next item, can I bring Mr. Lopez back to the stand?
Yes, yes, go ahead.
We were talking about the gas prices, gasoline prices, and I asked him if are we paying the same rate as a retail gasoline station, and he said no, we're averaging like $3.90.
Right. So.
Yeah, awesome. So, no, we roughly pay about 45 to 50 cents less per gallon than retail pricing. That transcends to about a $6,000 savings monthly just on unleaded, which then per year is about $72,000 savings for us buying in bulk. So, and that's just unleaded. I'm sorry. Diesel is another 3,000 per month, more or less. So roughly per year, we save probably about $100,000 in buying fuel in bulk, which in that savings, we could say with this fuel tank that we have projected to replace, the $500,000, within 5 years, that should pay itself off with the savings that we have.
On the tank.
Yes. And this is only, for you to see where we, how much we save, but still, we still need to do our part, as you were saying, Mayor, about doing our best to save fuel and keep that cost as low as we can. So, but yeah.
We can increase our savings just by,
Right. Right. Yeah. So.
And it's good that we're doing a consumption, monitor our consumption, but that new fuel tank and the gas prices that we're getting for the city, that helps a lot too. So just for the record.
Yep.
So, this way, the directors, supervisors, and Mr. Dickey can be on top of that.
Right.
Because if we get a report every month and identify departments, you can identify where you have to address the problem.
Exactly. We could.
The department stays even every month. We're doing a good job.
Exactly.
But if they
Right.
peak and this stuff like that, something's wrong.
Exactly.
We're living in a 20 square foot city. Shouldn't be spending.
Square mile.
Not 24 miles. Sorry.
It's a small city.
Yeah.
Our gas just went.
I'd say.
Yeah, we shouldn't spend that much gas.
Exactly.
Continuously go back and forth or
Right.
just cruise around.
Okay.
No, that's good. That's good. Dude.
That's all, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Alfonso.
Okay, Mr. Dick, I guess.
Yep.
Okay.
So contingency, streets.
Is 2,708,947.
And available?
3,679,657.
And carry forward capital?
531,366.
New capital?
Is 2,207,141.
And those together comes to?
$2,738,507.
So if we use them all, what's the difference between the two?
3, 6, 7, 9, 657 is 941,150.
950?
150.
So if you accept everything, that's how much will go onto that, be added to that. 758?
Oops.
Does that change this, or did I just write that wrong?
Here.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
If they get everything they want, we'll have to draw $1 million?
No, if they get everything they want, this much is left over that will be added to this. This will be up to 3,700,000.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. It's very healthy.
Yeah, it'd be at 3.6 million that it would go up to. So basically his carryover, he has a Ford F-350 carryover that was 46,525 last year, and it's gone up to 59,800 this year. And 2 Ford F-250s, which total 93,817. He's also carrying forward Charles Street, Country Club Drive, Grand Avenue sidewalks, North Via Verde, and then there's also the Camino del Sol CBD grant. And then the other 2 are in overweight. He needs an escort.
Overweight and curveball. Not all one.
No, right now that is just the streets. So that's why I stopped. So Juan,
The Camino del Sol, isn't that an overweight?
that's what I was just gonna ask. Juan, that one's overweight, right? The Camino del Sol?
Camino del Sol.
CDBG.
CDBG.
CDBG,
The match.
Okay.
the matching one.
It's perfect.
237,216.
Okay, from that year it's overweight.
That one's over, okay.
For this year it's 135,000 for the baby. That's it, yeah.
And then for his new projects, he has an additional Chevy Silverado for 40,000, the John Deere motor grader at 350,000, a street sweeper at 335,000. And then this is where the capital improvement project with the Arizona Commerce Authority, and it's reimbursable. That's under streets, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then he has new street projects as Arley Drive, MacArthur Drive, Avenida of the Stars, Mesquite Lane, Saguaro Place, Calle Coronado, Sunset Drive, Dorada Court, Santa Maria Street, Montana Circle, Corona Place, Sunset Place, Sunrise Place, Terrace Avenue south of Crawford, Terrace Avenue north of Crawford, and then the Camino del Sol for the 135 and the Calle Santa Ana.
The Camino del Sol is that was what we came up short with a bid. Remember we passed that to spend it out of PERC. So we're gonna need to spend that 135 plus the 237 on the overweight to complete our Camino del Sol. The rest is coming out of federal funds. So the only reason why I point that one out, Mr. Mayor, is that one's like, you gotta pass out. We're already done the road. Don't cut that one.
Don't cut that. At least that one.
It's called leverage money, and so we'll lose our leverage.
Okay, so on the carryover, you have F-350, 2 cab, 59,000, and 2 23 F-250s. Super cab. Okay, who's gonna explain that to me?
Tony, do you wanna explain that?
Yeah. Who's gonna use those trucks?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, on
You have 350, crew cap.
the crew cab, yes, that will be replaced with a 98 Ford that we use for our concrete crew. Yes.
And the two for 250s,
Yes, we have a 2000 or 1990, a couple of those, they're about 90 or 94 Fords that will be replaced with those.
okay.
Yes.
So all three of them are going to go to the workers.
Yes, that's correct.
And then we're going to jump over to the Chevrolet Silverado 1500. $40,000.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, that is a request for myself because I have an assistance now that I will need to use the other car that we have for inspections and help me with construction projects that we have plenty of those in the coming year. As you know, we are bidding 2 projects right now, and then we have Camino del Sol as well, and all these projects that we have. So we'll be very busy.
You know, we're only going to give you like $10 worth of gas per week.
Thinking about that, Mr. Mayor, I'm open. I'm open for, I'm open for having a smaller car if you want. But I was also thinking to use the pickup for the surveying equipment, much easier. We don't use the surveying equipment much, but we can potentially start using it.
That's fine, Juan. 30,000 is okay.
Mm-hmm.
On the John Deere grader, Tony, tell me, do we really need it now, or is our grader okay for a little bit more? But I know we have a grade.
Yes, we do.
It's operational.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
You want to use it?
Do we need to spend the 350,000 right now?
We can.
If we were to get it and order it, we probably won't get it for another 2 years. How long is it taking right now?
It's a while.
About a year?
Depends on what.
Alfonso, do you know?
That's a good question.
Yeah, that's my face.
Oh, yeah, I honestly don't think it would take that long on the grader, to be honest, Mayor. But I don't have month.
Even if you were to order it tomorrow.
I think that if it's approved, that we should be able to get this grader within this budget coming year. Yeah, I really do. Not before this December, but this, budget 22, 24. So this what, the one we're speaking about. Yeah.
After July, but before June.
Yeah. I'm pretty confident that we should.
Alfonso, if you can say about how much it cost the repair last time that we used it.
I don't remember exactly right now. To be
close to 10,000 the repair
on the clutch, yeah, that we had to.
How old is the grader that we have right now?
It's a 1994.
94?
94, yeah.
All right.
So I think it's a good choice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're good for the grader.
Did you do the rest for you?
Oh, yeah.
And the sweeper?
We're out.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, we have 2 street sweepers that since we acquired those has been causing a lot of troubles. The way that we acquired was with a grant, a CIMAC grant from the Arizona Department of Transportation. But I have been in conversation with ADAT and other jurisdictions like Santa Cruz County, who also received the same type of sweepers, and all of them have issues with the sweepers. And then Alfonso can witness how much it costs constantly to repair those sweepers. And then I don't know if you have seen what we do in the roads with the sweepers. I think it's worse than not cleaning the roads than using the sweepers.
Yeah, you push the dirt to the.
Yeah, something like that. And then, yeah, so we would like to have a brand new sweeper to do a more decent job in the roads.
Okay. Put the sweeper on there.
Thank you.
335.
Gene, on these city portion grants, that's all you're booking as the expenditure?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna skip, Charles Street, Country Club Drive, Grand Avenue sidewalks, because you haven't done that in 10 years since I asked you. Was it 10 years? No, 2 years, no.
10 years, yeah.
Okay, I was exaggerating. All right, and my Verde Drive. Okay. For the CDBG grant for Camino al Sol, that's a given. We're gonna finish that. Okay, well, talk to me about the old Tucson Road project.
Tomorrow, Mr. Mayor, members of the council will be receiving bids from about 5 contractors. We are hoping that we'll have a very competitive bid results. Once I receive the bids results, I will prepare a bid tabulation and compare the lowest bidder and talk to the county and see if they can, how much they can help us. I'm thinking that the money that we have here are from 2 years ago. It is very probable that will cost much more than this based on current construction cost increases. But at least I'm hoping that the county will help to pay for the difference, whatever it is, to complete the project.
Can you convince them to pay for half of it?
I can try, Mr. Mayor. I can ask them to help us with it.
Yeah. Because, you know, it's a big chunk for such a small road. Because they're not gonna do it all the way from the bridge, will they?
No, the idea is to replace it starting close to Grand Avenue all the way to city limits.
For this, it's not even 200 yards.
It is 2,000 something. No, excuse me, close to 2,000 feet.
Less than 200 yards.
Yeah, but the cross section, the recommended paving cross section is huge. The consultant who did the design thing like a safety factor, they are recommending 7.5 inches of AC over 18 inches of AB. So that is huge. And then the main reason is because they did some kind of soil boring and also have real traffic counts. And according to their calculation, that is the cross section that they did there for have a 20-year lifespan.
Okay, you know, eventually we gotta do something there. But the thing is that I wish the county could be, you know, a little bit, to help us out a little bit more on this. And not, don't go and talk to them about how they would do it. Chip seals, you can get this, you can, you tell them this is the price of the bids that they gave us. What can you help us with? Dollars. We don't need, you know, any kind of.
We'll send that over to them as soon as we receive it. I think we might be receiving it tomorrow. So if we can come up with the lowest, most qualified bidder and come up with something with a dollar sign, we'll send that over to Jennifer as soon as we get it.
Because like the way you and I were talking, John, it's just as helpful for the county to fix this as for us.
I think it's a little more helpful for the county than it is for us. But
yeah, because county people use that road than any city people. And then the produce companies and all the other people that use it. And, you know, and everybody that uses that road, I can almost say 95% of the time, is county.
So they might be able to spend some overweight funds too.
Yeah.
So I talked to Bugs a few times about this, and he asked me to help him, but he never said I'm willing to put down cash. So that's the biggest concern I have. I've had dealings with you more than anyone, and you know I'm really feeling comfortable, Mayor, because I know it's not going to be 650,000. It's be like more 850 something like that. When we have bigger issues in the city, and so I don't feel comfortable with this project right now, but that's just me. I don't know how the rest of you might feel.
We can leave it on the list, but it doesn't mean that just because we leave it on the list, it gets done. Because we do need the county to step up.
The last Board of Supervisors meeting, I mentioned about this project that is coming, that we are close to receive the bids, and all of the supervisors are in support of this project. They don't know how much yet because we don't know the real cost, but all of them are on board.
So, Mr. Mayor,
You have two chances to take decisions about this project. You have a chance or an opportunity today to fund that project at $650,000. Then you'll have an additional look at this when we bring back a contract for construction. So there's two times you will be voting on this, one during your budget and one when we bring back a contract. The contract doesn't pan out or the county's participation doesn't pan out on that, and we decide not to go forward with this project, that money just rolls over into next year's HERF overweight funds anyway. So not like the money gets swept. It's not a grant or anything like that.
even if we leave this year.
Even if you live out there, Mr. Mayor. So Juan, in other words, what I'm saying, if you pass this budget and leave $650,000 there, Juan can't just go get it done tomorrow. He's still going to have to come back to you with a potential contract, with a bid contract.
Okay. Juan, do you have any hopes?
And we'll know that tomorrow, I think, Juan, right?
Yeah, tomorrow we'll have the proposals, but I guess after tomorrow is when I can prepare the bid tabulation, check all the computations there are no mistakes and things like that. But
we can have that done way before the June 8th meeting. The June 8th tentative budget.
Juan, didn't you have a conversation already with Public Works for the county? And didn't they, refresh my memory, but didn't they say that they would help you with 30% of with flood-related costs on this project or something like that? Am I right in that?
Yes, Councilman. What happened is that at the beginning I asked them to help us with 50%. And they contra-offered it with 30% at that time. Though everything has been verbal so far, but yeah, at the beginning, we are talking about maybe 2 years ago, they offered 30% of the cost.
And I know the street needs to be, that part of the street needs to be fixed. I don't have any of my constituents asking me to fix it. I have not received any phone calls. I don't know if any of the council members have received any phone calls to fix the street. I know that we have to fix it. I don't think it's the time to start funding this project, but that's just me. I don't want to sink all this money into that little piece of land.
Well, unfortunately, the way that it is at this point is like unsafe because there are some depressions that causes drivers to cross to the other travel lane, and as well, the existing conditions are such that the whole section is in like alligator cracking, so it is in bad shape. Yeah.
And I think it's not that much a cosmetic repair. It's a safety issue. I noticed that you mentioned that it is a safety issue because indentation on that road when the big semi trucks come, they kind of swerve and meet the oncoming traffic too. So
right.
So it is a safety issue.
The other situation that I have seen there is that there is a business right there, the pallets, that they use the road for backing and then they are also causing some damages to that section. So once we are close to the paving, we need to request a different procedure for their operations there. I don't know, they need to change behaviors and not use the road for backing or maneuvering.
Well, like you say, John, we'll leave the money there. All right, members of the council, let's leave the money there. Let's hope the county comes up with a better plan. Yes, go ahead.
a recommendation based on the safety issues. The majority of the use is by county residents, so let's put the safety issue on the county and hold them accountable.
Well, because this is part of the city limits,
I understand, but the safety issue expands to both entities, so it has to be shared at least.
Councilman, that's the idea. As soon as I get that bid again, as soon as I get those bid documents, knowing what the total cost of it is, we'll be going, and Mr. Dick and I will be going, sitting with Jennifer and talking about a cost share and talking about the desires of the council, that road service mostly produce and residentials that are outside the city limits. I think we only have one business off that entire stretch of road. All the rest of them are associated with the county. So we'll be having a conversation with them, and then we'll report back to you our findings for your, hopefully before the tentative budget. Then you can make a decision there. Thank you. But we'll take care of that.
Let's do that. On the new street change order.
Yeah.
Talk to me about that.
Okay. During the life of the project, Mr. Mayor, and members of the council, as typical in this type of areas, we were expecting rock excavation or hard digging. And originally we cannot know how much, and then we put a number just guessing. I estimated, just to put a number there, 200 cubic yards, and we're close to 500 cubic yards. So it was more than double the hard digging in the area. And we were checking every single feet of hard digging with the contractor, and we witnesses that it is true. So we have a change order for hard digging. We also have a change order for additional fire hydrants because the original project only requested 2 fire hydrants to be replaced, but the 3 other existing were from over 100 years old. So we decided to replace all of the fire hydrants for brand new ones. So that is another change order. So in total, we have a contingency in that project for $30,000. So taking into account the contingency, still we are over about $13,000. So the other issue that we are currently discussing with the contractor is that they want to be compensated for the increase in cost of the asphalt. That is something that we are discussing with the contractor. There is a specification from Pima County that we can use that specs for pay the difference in oil cost, but not for what they are asking for. So in other words, we are obligated to compensate for that increase, but not all what they want. They want $35,000, something like that, in addition to the original cost of the asphalt. So according to my calculations, we only owe them about $7,500, not $35,000. So that is included in that $13,000.
For $35,000, they can send a change order to Congress.
Well, that's something that Michael Massey.
That's the one they're raising our oil.
Yeah.
Our fuel.
Yeah.
Well, those change orders on oils and fuel, these companies, when they make their bids, they should understand. They should understand that there could be something that, they went past the time. I mean, we waited almost a month for them to pay. And it was either because of the asphalt, no drivers, no trucks. Are they going to charge us because there was no drivers? Are they going to charge us because there was no trucks?
Yeah, no.
See, what they should have done, they should have stepped up to it and say, you know what? This is the day we're going to start paving, and start paving that day. Because they know very well that if they extend it another month, it's going to cost more. And what? They come back to us and they say, you owe us this? That's not right.
Yeah, no, and then since day one, if we compare this contractor versus the other 2 that competed, they were the lowest, almost the unit cost that they gave us is almost the same cost that it cost to us to do the paving. So they were very cheap in that item. But it's not our fault. So it's something that they made a mistake, I guess.
For the hard digging, you said that this $13,000 is for the hard digging, for the hydrants?
No. The $13,000 is in addition to the $30,000 that we have in the contingency under the budget. So the total cost of change orders is about 43,000. So
That's, the change order is not here.
that change order is not here. That
13,000 is just to complete they used 30,000 of the original budget as a contingency to do the hard digging and the fire hydrant. They came up short out of that that contingency by 13,000. That's why I contracted for an additional 15,000.
Yeah, no, I understand that.
But
I can
it's
understand
inclusive.
that.
Yeah.
But you're saying you're gonna come back to us for the.
the asphalt
They wanted 70 some thousand.
34, almost 35,000.
35,000. Juan's calculation will about 7. Right, Juan? And the 7's included in the 13.
Right.
Okay.
So in the next council meeting, when we have a chance, we'll present the change order formally to mayor and council for approval, and then also by that time we'll discuss with the contractor, the legal department, and them to exhaust all the negotiations, and if they accept this, what I'm offering, we are done. If not, we'll have to be a legal fight between the city and.
Tell you, invite where's Mr. Massey?
Yeah, he's not here.
Yeah, invite Mr. Massey to that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we need to, we can't.
Yeah.
Look what happened in this accident,
Yeah.
okay?
Mm-hmm.
Nobody measured it, and then they say you owe us this.
Yeah.
Somebody forgot to measure.
Yeah.
Only $69,000 worth of measure. You know, we can't be doing that. I mean, you know, those companies, what happens, we're not gonna invite them to another day. Because if you're gonna treat our community like that, and just change order with change order, everybody can do that to us.
Yeah.
We're gonna end up paying the change orders? Because it's our fault, I can understand it. But if it's not our fault, why are we gonna be paying for it?
And Mr. Mayor, overall, if we see this project was a little bit over $1 million, the 13,000 over is a little percentage over the project, which is normal. Yeah.
Drop in the bucket. Well, let's just leave it in there.
Yeah.
See what else we got. Tony, Charles Street, $19,000.
Yeah, yes, 47,000.
Is that a full or an overlay?
No, that would be a remove and replace.
Remove and replace. Country Club Drive?
That was calculated to remove and replace as well. Starting at Frontage Road all the way to the roundabout or the
Where it splits.
yeah, where it splits.
And the Grand Avenue sidewalks. Those are the ones that we talked about doing from Meadow Hills all the way.
Right. One of the issues that we are currently facing, we are looking for concrete workers. That all of them resign. So
we talked about that yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, we talked about concrete workers. We had a serious conversation.
So let's see if we can find good concrete workers and continue that project.
Yeah, we have to. And Tony, Valverde Drive. ¿Cuál es la sección esa Valverde?
Valverde Drive, that would be.
That'd be the
Yes, Professor Verde.
around that?
Yes.
Coming out on South End?
Yes.
You know, to the Frank Reed Road, Apache, that's what we're working on. When are you gonna do those bids for that?
Tomorrow also.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Frank Reed?
The front read as well.
Oh, beautiful. All right.
Any chance we get the Frank Reed done by or during summer?
That is the intent. Utilize the work on the vacation time from the school, and hopefully, once we have again the bid proposal and we see that we are okay with the budget or not, come back to you and see if as soon as we issue the notice to proceed to the contractor, as soon as the better.
Yeah, because right now they still have 4 weeks of summer school, so maybe in those 4 weeks, hopefully we can get something done.
Yeah,
We don't get a massive rain.
Yeah.
On the street improvements, I studied this yesterday, Tony. From Arley all the way down to Santana. We know that if we do an overlay, unless it's very serious rain, it's not gonna work. But an overlay, you can knock it out in one day. A lot of these things, I know you can, you and your crew. Why don't we do this? I know you have streets like this, and I hope they're not in order.
No.
Okay, if they're in order, because I see some of these that could be done in overlay. Why don't you guys look at these streets and look at them 20 and see which ones could be overlaid, and then which ones need to have a removal, And if it's overlay, work on them right now. My recommendation: work on them right now, because you don't have any monsoon right now, and in case something happens within the next month or so, because I know you're having problems with the order of the asphalt. Yes. But with overlay, you can order, three of these streets. Like, for instance, Sunset Place and Sunrise Place. Some cul-de-sacs. Right?
You are correct.
You knock those out in one day, Tony. Is that an overlay or a complete removal? Do you know?
Complete removal.
Both of them?
No, excuse me. No, those are just overlays. Yeah. No, excuse me, Fox Hills and Slurry Hill.
You were going to do those on Fox Hill?
Yeah, I was thinking, no.
Do an overlay one on those better. I think it lasts longer and it'll look a lot more cleaner.
Yeah. You know what, Mr. Mayor? What I'm missing in this table is the description of the work. I'm confused at this point. But I guess for those little cul-de-sacs, I remember that those roads were in very bad shape. So yeah, you are right. This maybe we're thinking to total replacement.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. Sit down, maybe tomorrow, go over them yourselves, and then look at and then identify overlay, identify a removal, or identify a chip seal, identify most of these streets, no chip seal or no Fox seal, either overlay or a removal. That's just that. Once you do that, you probably will have different numbers in here, and schedules and time schedules. Can you do that? Yeah. You guys both?
Okay.
I should think so. I think it would be better. Maybe we can get some of them done because of the rates.
Yeah, it'd be good to get them done now.
Yeah, because if we can get them done right now, and we're talking about next year's budget, we still have some money, right? Yes. How much money do you have left still on this year's start?
About 400 and something.
How much is it?
No,
500,000?
500,000.
Well,
we were busy doing many different roads, but
engineering.
No. No, the thing, Mr. Mayor, that it is very easy to put in paper a bunch of work, but the reality is that we cannot do all during the year. We are busy doing something else.
Mayor,
well, with more reason.
Yeah.
Got it right there.
I'd like to include a street in there also, since we have money.
Yeah. You know what? Calle Rivas, mátala esa, because that'll do all that section, huh?
Yes. But those sections, we do have some, I have to coordinate with the water department.
You have some services?
They have to change some services or some water valves. Those areas. Why don't
you do this?
I mean,
first talk to the asphalt.
They're not going to carry it over.
See what they can do to you. And then if you measure out some of these that you can already figure out that they're overlays, what you do is, for instance, go to Rivas, the section you're going to do in the corner at the bottom to the top. Just remove it, give it to the water department, and while they're putting the valves or the services, jump to one of the overlays. ¿Verdad?
Yes.
Because some of these you can do in one day. I know you can do them in one day.
The other benefit, Mr. Mayor, is that, as I said before, the overlay or total replacement causes less disturbances to the neighbors than. Yeah.
And let's just believe it or not, but that work that we're doing in Monte Carlo, he was just telling me that it takes 2, 3, 4 days for it to dry, and an overlay, in 2 hours you can go over it.
2 hours.
So it doesn't disturb much. Huh? especially when it's nice and hot, you know?
Mayor, I'd like to include Nacosari in there if we can.
Yeah, yeah, well, let's look at this, let's plan for that.
Okay.
But don't sit on it, Juan, por favor.
No, the key here is to coordinate well with the water department, to be sure that we have the green flag to proceed with.
No, we could save some money here, make a little bit if you find that. Because if you plan to remove all of this, then your asphalt would be what, 3 inches? So you were
Overlay.
total removal.
Oh, yes, 2.5. That's what
2.5, 3 inches. Overlay, plus, you save asphalt, right there.
But again, sometimes it's much better for a longer life of the paving, remove everything and put it back. Yeah.
But I mean, like I heard Lelia say right now that some of these need water service. Okay, if you remove that and allow them to work on the water service, you jump to an overlay. By the time they're done, you know, whatever, you can come back and if you do have the opportunity with asphalt for them to deliver, then you can jump on that street and then redo that again.
As long as we have that material.
Maybe you should start talking about the asphalt company. You only have one asphalt company, Tony?
Yes.
One that provides Nogales? That's a shame. Well, let's work on that, because you know our crews in asphalt, they're good. They're good, they can do the work.
I've heard they're really good.
Yeah, they do a great job. I have the water crews too. And sewer, work it too.
And engineering as well.
I go do that.
So with that, are we gonna leave the numbers as they are, John? We're gonna leave everything as they are? So, Karen, we're leaving everything as they are, streets for now? Okay. Yeah. I guess that the main ones will be equipment. Yeah. Everything else.
And Juan did work with us, cutting down his amount of projects.
Thank you.
That's important to know. Juan has a huge list of streets that need addressing. What you see in front of you are the streets that he's anticipating addressing in next budget year.
Yeah.
The following year after that we'll keep knocking down these streets. So these are in priority for Juan.
Well, actually, you know, John, if we continue working like they've been doing this year, even though we lost the 2 years with the COVID, we should be, you know, really ahead on the pavement. Because,
we're doing well.
We're doing a lot of work, yeah.
We're lagging a little on the sidewalks on Grant Avenue, Mr. Mayor, but I know that they're also going to focus on that also. No?
Yeah, yeah, because the sidewalks on Grand Avenue, we could work on those, Tony, on the bad rainy days. You know, rain and concrete.
They like each other. Yeah.
And
then you'll have that new grader.
I'm
Mr. The grader's not coming in until next year. I'm not the one of this year. Sure, that grader works, Tony.
He's got the truck to get over there and get it done.
Oh yeah,
We'll get it done.
If I see Tony riding a new truck now.
New her.
If he shows that it's a market the truck is really shiny.
No, he won't be.
I can look out the window because he lives across the street.
He won't be doing that no more, Mr. Mayor, because we're saving gas. So he's gonna bring us lunch.
So just like council know where we're at with streets, the contingency's gone up to $3,650,097.
Right.
Very healthy for projects in the future and whatever. And that's with accepting everything and doing things now. That's where we're going to come out.
And that was a plan the other day when Mr. Dickey and Mr. Kissinger were talking, when we had his original huge list, was to make sure that we had enough there in case of emergencies, we would be okay.
Yeah, I mean, if this is ever going to be an emergency, it'll be probably on 3 of those, not sanitation. Well, you're going to have an emergency. We had a huge sewer emergency not too long ago, and then we have water emergencies almost once a month. Or maybe even less, right? And the streets, well, as soon as the other guys tear up the streets, then it's Tony needs to fix them. So, well, it's good to have numbers like that.
That can't help.
You can tap
And
into.
a really, really, really bad emergency, you can loan as long as you pay it back to other funds. And so I also want to remind when you adopt the budget, the tentative budget, you can always after that reduce it, but you can never increase it. So that's important to remember with some of these projects. If you take it out, it is not coming back once we approve the tentative. I think we're done with this up here.
So that is all of the departments. The only other things that are in your books are just our grants at the back. And like John mentioned, like John mentioned yesterday, that we do have the 055 grant that we have put $4 million in. We started with 2, we raised it to 4 in case we do have additional grants come in. Juan was talking about a new Colonius grant possibility. We were also looking at an additional Tone Odom grant that John mentioned this morning for the air conditioner at Pima de Alta Museum. So grant wise, you know, we're doing well. I mean, we can always probably look for more. But you know, our directors are really trying hard to find grants, especially, I mean, our police department has more grants than I know what to deal with. So, you know, I mean, our directors are doing quite well with their grants. Okay. No, he knows where I live.
Notice that the police department always brings 2 officers with guns to the meeting.
Well, yesterday there was 3. We had 3 in here. We were surrounded.
Everybody comes with one guy. They show up with 2, 3 of them.
And then they want tasers.
And then they want tasers. But these 2 guys don't even know how to use a taser. I want text. Okay. So what's next? What's that? John is cool?
So John is cool.
What?
That's the next budget.
We wrote on the book. John is cool.
He is. He's pretty cool.
John, you're cool, John.
Thank you, sir. There you are.
You didn't even see me put it up.
I think you're referring to together.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure
John's well, John's fine.
Fine.
And then he's getting a new truck and I'm not getting
Damn. You know what? We should get John back his car.
Yeah.
Truck. That Silverado?
The 4x4?
I don't Sierra. Is it a Silverado or a Sierra?
I went for the Sierra. It was a 5x4. Not a 4x4, a 5x4.
I'm just kidding, Mayor. I don't need
I almost did you. I didn't want to bring more attention to you. So Mayor, I talked to Alfonso, and if council isn't real keen on riding with me in the vehicle, I'm okay with a small pickup, and we can pick up a Colorado for quite a bit less than even the 40, a 4x4. So there's a lot of places we go that needs 4x4. Because that was the real reason to get something with a few more seats.
My truck the other day because we couldn't go up.
Okay.
We're kind of stuck. So that was the idea of getting a 4x4 vehicle for city actually to get like getting out to Benedict.
4x4 will get you still under 40,000.
We think so, right? With the Colorado.
Going out to, I like to show them out there where we have the Orlando out the shooting range, the bridge crossing, there's quite a few places.
You're gonna go out there and take a picnic? That's what see.
Me and John. That's why John is cool. Takes me on little picnics.
We're gonna take you with us. Kathy, what do you say? Kathy, I mean, Kathy's gonna she'll ride in the tacos, we'll just change that policy.
Just saying.
Just saying you could do it. With the mayor and council policy.
Well, 4x4 would be fine. The taco wasn't gonna be 4x4.
Yeah.
El mayor anda a pie y estos vatos sentados. Lauri, ¿tú qué crees?
We're gonna take your truck to them, that's what
No es por sí, es celular, dude. Es a Chevy. ¿Verdad? O sea, ¿dónde vamos con ese truco? ¿Me sea, no?
I even took Salo to 5 millas.
Todavía no, nos camino.
Calle Victoria, you actually on Calle Victoria, recommended for them to drive because it's been going up.
As a matter of fact, have those people come back?
No.
Or did we ever repay fund? Did you ever do the más o menos estimate for Calle Victoria?
We have.
Yes?
It is a preliminary estimation process.
Yeah, but I mean,
not the whole, I need to update that.
Maybe we can get it to
estimation goes all the way up to the.
They expanded it for us, so the resident don't want it just at the top, now they want it all the way to city limits, so far as we're working the numbers to see.
So right now, Mayor, we could take a break and lunch is at 1, so you have a little time to do whatever. And then we'll go into we'll go back to phase 2 and talk about that and a few things after lunch. Okay?
So you wanna reconvene this mayor, get everybody back here at 1:30?
yeah, the lunch is gonna get here what time? 1? Yeah, 1:30?
So provide lunch at 1, anybody's hungry at 1, if not, we'll reconvene with the gavel at 1:30.
Perfecto. Si se van a comer, alza rápido. No vengan para atrás con hambre. No me van a dejar y decir, que quieren patrón y que quieren hamburguesa, no. Se quedan allá afuera haciendo caras.
It's too much.
That's one guy.
Mayor, we want to renegotiate.
She wants a Tahoe.
No.
Want to renegotiate. Okay, we ready? I'm gonna throw my gavel.
One sheet.
Yeah, it's just one. Well, I don't know where he went. So I'll talk about it.
John, will you see if Alfonso's out there? So what you have in front of you is the fuel, kind of what was used and the cost, going back 1 year through April 22nd. And Alfonso's here if you have any questions. The reports that we'll bring to council each month will include probably a number of cars. Is that correct?
Yes.
This doesn't for this quick. Just kind of shows you where we're at.
And just to let you know, revenue is really trying to save gas. You notice we only spent $64 in a year.
And this is gas and diesel included, so.
Yes.
So the top is the gallons and the bottom is the cost.
Yes.
So just the cemetery alone, April 22nd was 69.10 gallons.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what it was?
Mm-hmm.
It cost $268.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it makes a big difference, but some of the gallons, Mayor, are going to be attributed to power equipment. So, right?
Yes,
so
some of that.
Oh, so buy the gasoline
for the weed eaters.
Yeah, exactly.
Cement mixer or whatever uses gas.
Okay.
Will also be included. Helicopters. Drone.
So if I don't have a car, why, in the city car, why did I spend 14.5 gallons in my car and it's $56?
It's actually the one that he drives. It just hasn't been moved from mayor to saying city manager. That's the only difference.
Oh.
It's not yours.
If I spend more than that, I'll tell you that right now. Look at the street department. 1,004 gallons. All of the same. See, this is what you're gonna need to explain to us monthly, okay, from on? And then, we should be dropping the numbers or something like this. Hopefully, all the supervisors are going to help us.
Definitely.
Our meeting's next Wednesday. Do you want something for that meeting, or we want to start this July? First, the new fiscal year. This next one? Okay.
Yeah.
Alfonso.
So if you just look at the bottom one there, the April 21 compared to April 22, the consumption is pretty much the same. But if you look at the dollar amount, that's where you can see the cost already, fuel cost. Went from 2,300 to 3,800. So that's the price of the fuel going up. The consumption pretty much.
It's about the same, yeah.
That's very telling.
This way we can, maybe look at it and start a new practice as a city. And trying to level it out, so make sure that everybody, try to cut back as much as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Good. Thank you, Alfonso. Before we go any further, there'll be another change on Mr. Dickey's vehicle.
What?
Yes.
You now get a donkey.
I get that donkey. As long as he's fast.
Mr. Dickey, no, it's for the best. Let's get Mr. Dickey a Silverado crew cab 4x4. Hey, John? Yes, sir. Silverado crew cab 4x4. This way you can fit 5 people, good sized truck.
That's good.
In the back. Okay?
Now, are we still looking at about that $45,000?
It's probably gonna go over. It's gonna be close to 50.
So put 50 in the budget.
Alfonso can figure it out. Get the, and this way,
So when we do the 10,
this way we'll make sure that you have room. And when we do have the events,
can
like
put stuff.
the cities and towns and stuff like that, carry more stuff to Tucson and Phoenix.
Yeah. Sounds good.
That's a good choice.
All right. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, with AC.
Automatic windows.
The works. The works.
Oh, the works. Got that, Alfonso?
Okay. Put that down. Yeah. Okay, so we can add that. All right, now what we're going for? Grants, you said, or what are we going to do?
We can go over the grants. Absolutely.
Do we have anything special to go over?
Nope, not really.
No?
I know that Juan's applying for a new grant for finance for about 1.5 million, which will then, we would have to include about 26% for us to bring the, so, we can actually get the grant rather than other places. We have another Tohono O'odham grant that we're going for the air conditioning over at Pima Alta.
That's not Tohono O'odham.
Oh,
States.
that states, I'm sorry, the parks.
We are going to be looking for a total grant to put string lights across Morley.
That's what it
all
was.
the way from International to Port Street. Anticipating that. Renee's looking to get us some quotes. Use that for economic development. Use that something.
On the colonias, you have the streets already? We talked about a lot about that at the last CIGO meeting.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I asked Mr. Barcenas to select one of the 40 projects that he has under design, and he chose one of the, it's the phase 2 of Camino del Sol, basically downstream.
That would be under colonias?
Yes, the only thing that we will have to do maybe will be a income survey interview, or something like that is needed to prove that there is a low income neighborhood.
You know that street, Corey Street? Corey, the Carwall, the Corey, and then the Loma Street, behind the gymnasium, the high school. Have you ever looked into that area? Because that would probably fall in the colonias.
Yeah, the idea of Mr. Barcenas is to
we can get a new fund.
Oh, okay,
shovel ready, needs to be shovel ready, and also needs to, because the Colonia del Sol, Camino del Sol that we are doing now, or the next few months, is on the top of the hill. So this phase 2 will bring water from Potrero all the way up to the project that will be ready. So it's a connection. It's better.
Because matter of fact, Randy said, Mayor, don't forget to put something in for colonias, because we're probably the city that probably has the biggest advantage for getting accepted in the colonias grants. We've been doing well on that. So
we're going to lose a few points this year, Mayor, on that because of the delays of the last colonia. So if you delay the project, which we had to delay, we'll lose a few points, but we can make it up by making sure that we we max out our leveraging money to 26%. So we'll have to revisit. I mean, if we're successful, we'll have to revisit the streets, maybe even water, to grab some of that to make up that 26% of the.
Because Nogales was mentioned several conversations on Segro.
We've been doing good on the Colonial branch.
You know, they're recommending that we continue and try to apply for as much for the research. More the better.
And was that project in the WIFA?
Yes.
So again, if we're able to get Colonia, we might even be able to use WIFA as our match and not even touch that, and then free up some WIFA for that other what we're looking at. We talked about it earlier, using some WIFA money to take care of a water project. Oh no. East Nelson, the 4-inch pipe.
Pero la ESA, what was the ESA? That's a WIFA?
Western Avenue, yeah, that's a WIFA.
Is it in the process of being engineered right now or no?
It's about 30%.
Oh, 30% design?
Pre-approved by AD.
Okay. All right. Where are we going from here?
All right, we're going to talk a little bit about a few things. And I'll need help from Gene and John and Carmen possibly with this. And we're still crunching the correct numbers, but that's around that 850 is kind of the number for general fund. It could be a little bit more, could be a little bit less, but probably a little bit more. But we'll find out in a little bit here. So as you notice, yesterday that was 1.24 something. So it's come down a bit. And what we've done in doing that, we did, let's talk about two things. Let's talk first about the minimum wage. Okay, so we addressed that in a way, and it made sense, but we also addressed it in a way that it takes into account for every position, every range. What it does, it kind of helps. This study was done 4 years ago. So what we did is we took those that were at minimum, and you said we didn't want anyone at the minimum wage. We want to hire above. So we took a number, and this isn't a scientific number, and it's not from the salary, but it's something we thought, okay, this is something that's not going to hit us huge. And as you can see, everything we've done has brought us down, not up. But it took the 1.56725, something like that, percent, gave them a 20-cent raise. So any new person coming in at our lowest is going to be above the minimum by 20 cents. So they'll come in at $13 instead of $12.80. Okay. So we're above right there. And then hopefully our benefits and stuff and things that we can do can get them on the path to make more. But in doing that, you have to adjust that range. So that range went from 1280 starting to 13 starting. You go down the list, every range had to be adjusted at 1.56725, whatever that was, correct?
1.5625.
Okay, 1.5625, get that number correct. And so that's adjusted accordingly. And another thing that does, it doesn't just kind of help us with the minimum wage. It also helps us in the study's 4 years old. We know the ranges are probably gone up a little bit, probably a lot more than that. But I think the 1.5 kind of gives us something, and it puts us up there. You know, cost of living's gone up, the inflation's gone up. So that's why we thought it would be good you just take it across the board. Every range goes up 1.5625. And in doing that is an increase for every single individual will get that. So it's kind of like a cost of living, but it's really a range adjustment or wage adjustment per satisfying that minimum wage. So now we can say we pay everybody over minimum wage. No one at the city comes in at minimum wage. Okay, so that's that. That's not just that. That there includes that phase 2. which we talked about yesterday. The only difference is, the mayor, we took your suggestion and we made sure that nobody went over mid-range, over the mid. So if somebody was right below mid, they'd go way above mid. Everybody gets that increase per longevity up to the midpoint. I just want to make sure that's correct. So that brought that number down quite a bit. So with both of those, you're addressing the minimum wage. Everyone's getting a small increase. And then there's that the phase 2 that's going into effect, which brings people up some, but not over the midpoint. So some won't get anything that's already at a midpoint or over a midpoint. They won't receive, but they will receive the 1.5, whatever that is, which is kind of the cost of living minimum wage adjustment. So if there's any questions, please ask, because this is something we looked into, and we just thought it made the most sense. It takes care of the minimum wage, and it's also getting the phase.
That's been here
9 years.
5 years, 6 years in the city, and tell me how much he's gonna get.
Got it right here.
Where he's at right now, and how much he's gonna get. That'll put it in plain English.
Tell me who.
This one.
Mr. Dickey, did you say this was going to 1.2 or 65, whatever? Is that going to be across the board?
The 1.5 is across
on all employees?
People like me don't need it because I have a contract, but yeah, other employees.
Because,
all employees.
you know, the higher the salary, the higher the raise.
Yep, and that's all part of it. We were able to come down quite a bit, but that takes into account everyone. It does.
Yeah, but for a person that's making, let's say, $25,000 a year, his increase is not going to be fair to another employee that's earning $80,000, for say.
Correct, and that's why that isn't. We're not looking at that like this is your big increase for the year. This is just to take care of the minimum wage and kind of account a little bit for inflation, account that this study was 4 years ago, and it just moves those ranges up. But everybody gets something in there, everybody. The other thing, other than those that are outside the range, now if someone's over their maximum, they won't get anything. And there's might be a couple of those in the city. That's that portion. The real raise is what we're going to look at, and we can tell you is that longevity. The 5 years someone's in a position will get something on top of that. Myself, I haven't been here, so I won't get anything. And it just depends on how long you've been here, and that's how it's worked out. So we can give you a name, not a name, but we'll give you a.
So 5 years, sanitation.
I got one right here that we worked up because I anticipated the question. So we have a street worker currently, right now today would be at $14.45 an hour, right? If you add the 1.5626, whatever that number is, it would jump up to $14.48. And if we put his 9 years of experience with the city of Nogales as a street worker, it would be bumped up to $15.74, Mr. Mayor. $15.74, Mr. Mayor. Plus benefits.
It's almost $1 more now.
See? $1.25. $1.25 more now.
And
$1.50.
And this is phase 2. There's still a phase 3 that I've found out.
It's not gonna come this year.
No. And it doesn't have to come next year. It's just when we're ready and we think we can do it. And that's all based on performance. So that's a whole other phase. This is longevity plus the minimum wage. We were able to bring it down quite a bit. And we think it's fair. If you want to talk about directors and that's something you talked about, but this does include the directors with that 1.5 whatever.
And what's another important thing to think about is that 1.4 is across all funds. The general fund is 1.2, maybe a little bit less. General funds.
It's around there, maybe 9.
I don't know, but let's just. Yeah.
Well, we were thinking about 850, but maybe closer to like 9, maybe $1 million. It's going to drop from where it was before.
Okay.
A little bit,
but I guess this is the point I'm trying to make. Our revenues over expenditures for next year.
Yes.
What is the difference? We used to have it up on this board.
I know.
Or 3 million.
But it's more than what the anticipated salary increases would be. And why is that important? Because if we're showing that we anticipate this revenue and this is our expenditures, that means this is a good candidate for ongoing expenses. It's not dipping into past what the revenue would bring. So if we anticipate the same workforce, the same revenue stream next year, it's what you could consider a sustainable decision. You're not dipping into capital or one-time monies to throw at salary increases.
Did you figure out the same formula for that street worker to a police officer?
I didn't, Mayor. I just did the street worker.
Oh, we can look it up.
Give me a más o menos.
You could try.
That'd be insane.
Doesn't
change. Mayor?
Yes.
Okay, I have a police officer.
That's been here for
8 years. How about 8 years?
8 years? Okay. He's currently at $22.52 an hour. With the 1.5625, he'll go up to $22.87, and then plus the years, the longevity, he'll end up at. I cut off. For the year, it's $51,121. I didn't put the other side.
Want me to calculate it for him?
Yeah.
The spreadsheet ran out.
51,128.
Wait, that's your time. 51,121?
121.8.
0.82? 24.57.
24.58 an hour. So he would go from 22.52 to 24.58 after 8 years. Mm-hmm.
That's an 8-year patrol officer. For longevity only, not performance. That would be next year.
That would be the other phase.
Now do the one, the wait, that's on the work facility. Somebody earning like 80,000.
Somebody earning 80,000. Ooh, tax.
No names, no names.
No names.
Okay, but this one has been here more than 30 years, so.
Well, give them an example.
Let me look for.
We just found the first one.
Yeah, okay, well, this one is 2 years. Here.
Okay.
So I have a director, 2 years here, currently 42.84, with the 1.5625 would be at 43.49, and then for the 2 years, 92,278.37. Divided by 2080. 44.36. So he would jump from 4282 to 4436. $2.
But that's for a 2-year one.
Mhm.
Yeah,
So that would be $2. Two.
because it's 2 years.
Right.
If it was 8 years, that's another what, 2%?
The more years, the more it is.
Mm-hmm. But so what would that be? Add another 2%. Is it 2%? 4 more years? 6 more years?
3%.
Is it 3%? So times that by 3%.
No, this is the
The
amount.
beginning.
I'll let Carmen answer.
So, okay.
So just act like he's an 8-year.
Well, we have one at least.
We should have somebody. We have a 14-year.
Regardless of the years, remember we stopped at mid.
Okay, this one stops at 10, right? Because, so this one is 4282, 4349 with the 1.5625, and then 99,532. 0.77.
Sounds right.
4785. Okay, so this person would jump from 4282 to 4785.
14 years.
$5.
With 14 years here.
$1 an hour.
And that's it.
Yeah.
And that's at a salary of 89, not 80. So it's high.
Anybody else have anything to council members? I remember on my first term, I remember giving the employees that were under 45,000 10%, between 45 and 50, 7%, and then I think like about 5% on top, and then directors 2%. If we were to do that, would there be a difference for the ones in the bottom at least, or no? What do you think, John?
Absolutely, there would be a difference. I mean, that goes without saying. That's what the intentions of the council is, to give anybody who's under 40, how much did you say?
45.
Under 45, 10%?
10%.
And all the way up to 2%? Yeah, there's
2% would probably end up on the
directors.
On the directors and stuff.
So yeah, there's an 8% difference.
Mm-hmm.
If you just want to look at it that way. One of the things we need to be careful with that type of pay increase scheme is that you have compression, and anybody who's worked salary budgets before understands what compressions is, and we're cautious of that. So if we were to work that, we'd have to run those numbers and see if, how bad that compression is going to be, and then reevaluate it. Because what you don't want to happen, and what could happen with doing something like that, is that somebody who's at, did you say 45, sir? Somebody who's at 46,999 will get a 10%, and somebody who's $1, $1 more, $2 more a year is only going to get the 6% or something like that. So that 10 might pass up to 6, and then we have problems. And then we also have problems if we just do that per your salaries, then you're not putting in any of the longevity. So you're not addressing longevity. That was one of the problems that we had when we just tried to bring everybody up to minimum, is we had everybody at minimum, but then you heard it just like I heard it, Mr. Mayor, and I'm sure all the council. Hey, ¿qué pasó? John, I've been here for 14 years, and I'm getting paid exactly the same as the guy who started last week. So just doing a straight up percentage increase ain't going to solve that problem for us. Doing a step in grade and a performance does help us with that problem. But again, it's up to mayor and council. I'm just trying to point out that if you just do a straight 10%, we have the guy who started yesterday and the guy who has 14 years will both be 10% up. So we'll probably hear the same thing. Hey, ¿qué pasó, John? You know, tengo 15 años, 14 años aquí, mira, está pagándose el auto igual.
Sí, pero
So it doesn't address
they'll
that.
both go up 10%, but one's going to be a little higher than the other.
If so, they're, Mr. Mayor, if we brought them all to minimum,
yeah,
right, they're all the same right now. So brought them up 10%, they're all going to go up 10%.
Mm-hmm.
They'll be paid exactly the same. His 10% is no different than my 10%. They're going to go up the same. So we're still going to have that problem. They'll be 10% more, but the guy who started yesterday will be 10%, the same 10% more as the guy who has 14 years. It doesn't address the longevity. So that's what we're trying to, is to address the time and grade or longevity or whatever.
Well, what if, like the mayor said, anyone from $45,000 below 45,000, we go to 10%, and anyone that's earning above the 45,000, we kick in the longevity. Can we work out something like that?
We can do whatever council wants to do. I'm just trying to point. So all I'm trying to point out pitfalls.
Yeah.
You all can do whatever you want to do. I'm just pointing out what the pitfalls are going to be.
Let me ask the chief a question. Chief, you have police officers at 45 right now, a lot of them, or under?
Yeah, Rob, that's the average. That's the average pay. So to echo what John was saying right now, and that's one of the reasons that one of our officers left, is because this guy had 4 years on, and the guy that was still at the academy, not even certified yet, was making the same amount of money that somebody that's been boots on the ground for 4 years already. And they're saying, well, wait a minute, I mean, when is this going to stop? You know, this guy's not even a police officer yet, and I've been out here for 4 years, but yet I'm still making the same amount of money. And so that's what's causing all these issues. I honestly believe that you know, what Mr. Dickey and John and Carmen came up with, I think that's a great idea, allowing the longevity, because we have the same issues with sergeants or lieutenants or anybody that gets promoted, because let's say, for example, a sergeant that's been there for 5 years, newly promoted sergeant is making the same amount of money that the sergeant's been there for 5 years.
And Chief, let me jump in, and Mr. Mayor, that's why it's very important that we put this process in place, because I was a chief too, and I had patrolmen. I've been in the police department where we're paying a patrolman who's always been a patrolman, who's going to retire a patrolman, and a patrolman who's 6 years junior than him, right? This guy's 6 years been on but the 6 years younger, the only guy who's only been here for 6 years and the guy who's been 15 years, the guy with 6 years way outperforming him. He's out hustling it. He's out trying to get promoted. He's out trying to improve himself. And then we have employees who says, I'm good at patrolman. All I'm going to be here is just for the pulse, right? I'm not going to learn any new skills. I don't need to learn how to lead, manage. Don't want it. And it's okay, right? So that's where that performance piece comes in also, Mr. Mayor. So we reward our employees for sticking around, for being loyal employees, for sticking with the city. And then we also want to reward them for good performance. And that would be, lack of a better term, phase 2.5 or phase 3, whatever we want to call it. So this is just a phase attempt of looking at on how to implement that. If we do just straight across increases without taking that into account, you end up doing compression if you start drawing lines and saying below 45, below 50, stuff like that. I mean, we'll do it, but it solves a problem for some people, causes problems for others. As far as comparing people, so.
Okay, I understand.
Thank you.
And it does sound the most reasonable way of doing it. But an example, say I'll go back to the street department and recreation because they kind of fall in the same area of salaries. If we were to change how much we start the employees, for instance, like I said yesterday, above the minimum wage at least, and somewhere in the range of 14, close to $15 an hour, if we were to start on like that, is there any way we can adjust the ones that have been here like for 2, 3, or 4 years more? ¿Entiendes? They can be that you can say, okay, I don't want this guy to come in at the same rate the guy that's been here 4 or 5 years. Is there any way we could just adjust that little piece, that component, without interfering with the phases? Can that be done?
That's exactly what we just did, except we didn't go from $12.80 to $14, $15 an hour. Because if we were to do that, that number is going to go up quite a bit. That's more like a 17% increase there. I know it makes us a lot more attractive, right? If we want to get people in the door, right, at that salary range, but it would create the compression. So whatever you do on the bottom, you just have to do it up the ladder.
Okay.
It's a big number. But what we're giving is, we'll bring you in at 13. 13 will be the minimum. We'll bring them in at the minimum, plus your EREs. Now, I understand that, and there's some guys that I've had conversations, there's some guys that say, hey, John, what am I wasting my time here doing cement? I can go work in Rio Rico at the contractors there and do cement all day long at $50 an hour because they're in demand. But what happens when the housing market falls? What happens? They get laid off in 2 seconds. De un día para otro. Ya no te necesito, ¿no? So there's security with working at the city. You got your retirement, you got your longevity plan. And this is the reason why we went with a salary study and to do these swings and put these plans in place, not only to attract new employees, but to keep them and show them the roadmap, right? The roadmap on how to get where they need to go. So if we say we're trying to get everybody to midpoint, and we can tell you that each year, right, you'll get 1% for longevity and 1% for performance, right? So at the end of 10 years, this is where you should be. And if the minimum wage goes up or cost of living goes up, then we just move the whole scale up. So you still have the ladder of success, but you don't crunch it, you don't compress it. That's the way you do it. The old way of thinking of doing it like that, it doesn't work. It's proven it doesn't work. It compresses, then it's harder to catch up. So if you take how do you eat an elephant? A little bite at a time, but don't take a big bite of just one area because you're going to have the issues at the other end. I know it's hard, Mayor, and I know exactly what you're thinking, and we all think the same thing, but it's a career path. That's what we do. That's why you strive, right? As a worker, you strive to say, when I sat down as a police officer, Mayor, 1981, I looked straight across that table and I told the guy interviewing me, what's your goals? To sit in your chair. I was lucky enough to accomplish those goals, but it took me a lot of work to get there. That's what we like to see our employees. When they come sit down with us, say, hey, John, I want to start. And employees do. We want to give me a shot at the city, right? But once they're here, the opportunities really open up for them. There's new positions opening up, transfer positions. We see it all the time. And they come time with us and learn from this and become great leaders, great managers, great financial analysts, know how to work a budget. Awesome transferable skills.
Great mayors.
Absolutely.
Council members.
Political aspirations, mayor, councilman. I mean, we have two of them on the council that can probably speak to their experiences working. How many years did you put in?
22 years.
22 years, and that was one of those that you saw as a patrolman. You said, this guy's gonna go someplace because he got involved, right? Applied himself. Every chance to go to training schools, he took advantage of it. So you can see where it wasn't just a pulse, being there saying, I'll be a patrolman till I leave. I don't care about myself. So we can see that across all of our positions. Some have better opportunities. We all know that. There's departments that have better opportunities.
We'll be mayor, council, we'll be, I talked to Alejandro and we'll be talking to Juan, but as far as steps within, like streets right now, it's just streets. Street worker will probably come up with, organize it a little bit where there's street 1, street 2, depending on skills, and there's a step in there. So that guy would make a little bit more because he has more skills. So that is part that needs to come out. We don't have it right now.
You're not going to get any.
We're going to change that, but that's
not going to come around.
We've discussed that and we're going to implement that.
Yeah, go ahead, Councilman.
I was going to suggest that we need to look at it, if not this year, for the coming years, as far as implementing different classifications and steps like we had at the PD, Patrolman 1, 3, 5, and then the same thing for Sergeant 1, 3, and 5 or whatever. But we need to build that in. We probably can't do that here.
But you kind of are a little bit. Because
right.
If you remember in the PD, we had step 1, 2, and 3, and that was done by years.
Right.
It didn't matter.
Right.
You were there. So we're doing it now, except we're doing it annually instead of 1, 2, and 3 years.
And that's what leads me to my next question. So, okay, we're doing the longevity increases, but if we have somebody that's been here for 25, 30 years, but he just became this new position, is he going to get credit for the 30 years or for the time and grade?
Up to 10.
Up to 10 across the board.
Up to 10.
That's the max.
Yeah. Up to 10 and maxing out at midpoint.
Okay. All right, that answers my question.
Councilman Bojorquez, were you going to say something, sir?
The police department is it's public safety, and the comparison that I want to do is like the one that the mayor did yesterday. When an employee is hired and somebody's earning the minimum or maybe a little bit above the minimum, and he's been here for 5, 6, 10, 7 years, and then a new employee comes in and starts earning almost the same as that employee that's been here for 6 years. But the mayor made a point yesterday when he said, if that new employee comes in with new skills and he's more valuable to that department, if he's a cement setter or whatever skill he has, he should. I think he should deserve that salary. And the other employee that's been there for 6 years and he hasn't shown any motive to promote himself or better himself or train himself to get a better pay, then that's his problem, right?
Sir?
Yes, go ahead.
Interesting concept, difficult to manage. We'll talk about the police department. When you bring in a new recruit, where do you start them at? As a new recruit, right? Son, after you're done 5 years here, this is what you're going to get paid. So now what happens when you're bringing in a lateral transfer, for lack of a better, right? A lateral transfer. Now you're bringing in a patrolman who has 10 years of experience at the sheriff's department as a deputy, right? Are you going to bring them in starting? Or are you going to bring them in and put them at the 10-year mark and count all 10 of his years, right, at the county as if you were working at the city? Mm-hmm. It sounds good, right? But I'll guarantee you every starting person that we have is going to want to count some years or somewhere else, no matter what. You can probably follow my logic on that, right? So where do you draw the line? You know, how do you want to do this? If we get a street worker that comes in and says, well, Tony, I want to be a street worker with you. Y tengo 15 años de experiencia, 15 years of experience doing street worker. I don't know, you name the place. Name the city, name the town, name the county, name the construction company, name whatever you want. Do we put them at the 15-year mark as a street worker? That might be difficult for us, especially for a street worker who's already put in 8 years, 5 years with us and says, ¿Qué pasó, John? This guy's barely starting, you know? So yes and no, and the reason why I would shy away from doing that, I like what Mr. Gradias talked about, is analyzing your needs, right? So if we need a street worker that's more than base experience, right? We need a street worker plus, right? Whatever skill set we're looking for. Well, then let's reclassify that and hire one of those. And now it makes a difference than a street worker without that skill set and a street worker with that skill set. So that's the better way of dealing with it, because if you try to deal with it the other way, almost impossible to manage.
That all has to do with the classification, basically.
Yeah, the classification. So when they classified street workers, that's what they did. But that doesn't mean that just because we have a classification study that we're stuck with that, and it's a living, breathing document. We can analyze and evaluate our workforce and put people in the right seat where they're supposed to be.
Yeah, because you know, I recommend you start doing that soon. You know, in the classification of the street worker. You know, because if you plan to hire street workers and then you just put on there on the classifications experience on concrete, form setting, and stuff like that, and you just do that, you're not going to hire them. You're not going to get them. But if you put on there hiring a street employee, concrete finisher, form setter, with this amount, this is how much you're going to get paid. If you'll get them, you'll hire them. And somebody, if you want to hire just a straight out street worker, just put street worker, you know, with GED and all this other stuff. And, you know, you put on there, because I've read them all, that's only showing that, okay, you're going to be, basically you're going to be a laborer for the guy that's doing the concrete and the form setting. Because if you don't identify that, I mean, it's just like when you identify something in Tony's position, heavy equipment operator.
Sure.
You're not going to hire a heavy equipment operator if you don't pay him right. Look, I mean, you've been trying to hire Tony for a while, huh?
Yes.
And you can't hire anybody because they don't want to. You know, even though you have all the bennies in the city, they expect a little bit more money.
You can't find them anywhere.
Yeah.
Not only Nogales, it's a tough deal right now. I don't find them anywhere.
But I know you could probably find cement finishers. They don't have to be the expertise in cement finishing for sidewalks is minimal.
Yes, but
as long as you know how to use the hand trowel and do the form setting and leveling and everything like that, you could get a few more dollars than the guy that's shoveling the concrete inside the form.
So, Mr. Mayor, this is the beautiful thing about having a step system in place. Okay, so let's say we'll just take streets for now, but you can probably take this same issue across the board throughout the city. But let's just take streets for now. Let's assume that Mr. Guerra is coming back and say, John, Houston, I got a problem. What's the problem? There's an expectation by the city for us to do sidewalks. And guess what? I don't have anybody who can do sidewalks. I don't have anybody who's a farm center, all the skills that you talked about, right? And says, okay, then what do we need to do, Juan? Well, what I need to do is change one of my street workers to a different classification. And we've done that before, and you've seen that before, okay? The city manager will evaluate it. He'll look at it, and he'll say, okay, fine. Where's that going to land? What is it that we need to attract one? That you can't pay him more than the supervisor.
Yeah.
You can't pay him less than the street worker. So you develop a new skill set. You bring them in, right? You'll bring them in at starting, whatever that is, right? And then show that guy, if you come work for me as a form, whatever that he's called, a street worker 2, I wouldn't use 2, but whatever we decide to call it, then you can say, this is your starting and this is your career path if you stick with us. You know, so it might not be what he would get paid if he ran up to go build a house in Rio Rico. But it might be attractive enough to say, hey, listen, I'll take that because I'm going to get insurance, right?
Yeah.
Paid, right? I'm going to have these other benefits, retirement, and plus layoffs in the city. When was the last one that happened?
Yeah.
You know, layoffs in construction.
Oh, yeah.
When was the last one that happened? Probably
every year.
Every year. So same with produce. Oh, I can go work produce. Okay, dude, but that's a 7-8 month gig. You know, what are you going to do? Well, I'll just make unemployment. Okay, if that's what you want, then maybe that's not who we want. You know, so that can be solved. Those issues, those problems, a street worker that we need to be a form setter, we can solve those problems today, tomorrow. We got at any time. We'll have to bring it in front of you, and then you'll get mad at me for saying, I don't ever want to see one of these again. But
you know what?
If it's justified, that's what we should be doing.
I recommend if you decide to do something like that, don't call them level 1 or level 2. You know why? Because the minute you open it up, the guy that's a regular street worker,
I want to be a level 2.
Jump into that.
But it's good too. Because,
but if it was good, why wasn't he helping with the cement before?
Right.
No, what you do is call the guy a cement finisher form setter.
Right.
That's what you're hiring.
But
so that anybody that's there in the city doesn't want to jump into that position when it's open. And because if they jump into that position when it's open, then why didn't you help me form set and do the work?
Right.
No,
exactly. But I also would like to tell a street worker, right, who's not a form setter, right, to pay attention, learn, get those skills that when it does open up, we don't have to go looking for nobody. We got somebody.
Yeah.
So those transferable skills should be taught all the time.
Get one in there that knows the skills.
To teach, right? Absolutely. But if we have one, we should be moving them up too.
They'll learn by just watching.
Right.
Learn by just watching. We've had some great form setters and cement finishers in the city.
And carpenters.
And carpenters.
Public work directors.
Yeah, we've had them. I know.
Right. Absolutely, Mayor. Chiefs of police.
And the last public works director was the city
lieutenants,
right now.
Housing directors. That's some awesome people work for the city and put in a lot of years.
Yeah. So and that's the thing. I think we should work on that, Carmen. That classification, and then we can start looking at it, because we can't sit here and wait for somebody to come in and do form setting. I can go. I'm gonna tell you, in 1 week at Public Works, and I can teach all the guys with the weed eaters how to finish cement and form set.
Hired.
1 week.
You're hired, man.
I can do that.
You start Monday.
Too bad we don't have anybody at Public Works that even the engineer can do that. I can do that. Yeah, I can do that. That's how easy it is. Es bien fácil. Bien. Especially when you're doing sidewalks. Así, mira.
We'll make a deal, Mayor. You got my mind thinking about it already.
You don't even have to pay me.
Kathy says she's better.
Kathy can form set and finish cement. She did that with me for 25 years. She can do that.
Can we go back to the skate park and reduce that?
1.8?
Yeah.
But no, let's think about that. And John, yes,
I will.
Let's work on what you guys are doing then. Let's go with that right now. And let's improve it. We need to help the employees. I know it's not going to be much, but we have to do something. We have to work on it. And I have faith in you, John. I've always had faith in you. You can do it.
Well, we'll sure give us a good try, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
And I know that whatever we do, I know that there will be problems. I would be lying to you if I told you there wouldn't be problems. There will be problems. But what we'll do is we'll do our best to address those problems and fix them.
We'll work on that. All right. Go ahead.
One last question. This new proposal that we're looking at right now, how far does it get us to mid? And are we close to mid or of the proposal? Because we discussed that earlier.
There's only,
does it affect it at all?
So our new mid will be 1.5627 more than it was.
But compared to the comparison study, does it move us? Because I know everybody's at minimum.
He's saying.
And what we're doing with all this, if we approve this, does it get us mid of the mid, quarter of the mid? Where does it get us in?
In average?
Yes.
I don't know. I'd have to average it out. But I know what you're asking me. So if we have everybody at the starting gate and we're getting everybody to mid, how close are we? It's going to depend on years of service to even get halfway there, because remember, it's only getting us halfway there. You max out at 10. But it depends where the starting gate was. So if the starting gate is minimum, some of us are more than minimum. A lot of us are more than minimum because we got the 2.some%. So that's already above so when it all shakes out, Pablo, if approved, I can show you where we're at as an average, or how close we are to mid.
Our goal would probably be the mid, or at least half of the mid, is from what I've been hearing. So I'd just like to know how close we're getting and how much quicker we need to move.
We can put math to that and figure it out for you.
All right.
Councilman Gradias, and then
thank you.
In addition, we can lay out, if nobody leaves, how quick we can get there. I mean, there's different ways of looking at it.
Have you had a conversation with the directors and the chiefs and everybody about this, kind of, Councilman?
Extensively.
Yes. So you all know what you're in for. You know what you're in for, Chief? Yes. You too. You too? Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, this isn't something brand new. This is something that we've been talking about for over a year.
Okay.
Over a year. So when we were here, exact time last year, we told Mayor and Council, this year, all we're asking you for, please bring us up to minimum, right? And just so we could affect more employees, let's give the people that are between minimum and midpoint at 2.5%. And we were 2%, I'm sorry, 2%. And we're able to accomplish that. And we said a year ago this time, and we said, and next year, Mr. Mayor, what we want to do is start moving people up by time and grade and performance. Okay. I'd love to do both this year, but that number is going to go up, and let's take a bite out of this elephant, one little bite out.
I think that bite out of the elephant probably is just around his ass. We can't go any further with that.
But that's as much mouth as we have. And the reason why
that's $1 million bite there.
But Mr. Mayor, if you look at our expenditures, right?
Yeah.
And our revenues, the difference in that will support this, and that gives a manager a comfort level saying, we can afford this. It gives Gene a comfort level saying, we can afford this, is sustainable.
Yeah.
You don't want to do it with one-time monies.
No, I understand.
And I was very, very conservative on our general fund revenues this year. So we might be surprised next year as we are this year and have a lot more coming in.
Yesterday you were so conservative. So conservative. I know. Yesterday I got conservative too. Yesterday. I think that's fine. Let's work with this, John. And members of the council, you feel good? You okay right now? Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Yeah.
And Mr. Mayor, I appreciate the consideration also. I know it's tough, and it's tough on all of us, and I know there's a difference between what a director, 1.56 for a director and 1.56 for a starting employee. There is a difference, right? But there's also a difference in that employee. And I'm glad that the council can recognize that there is a difference. And that's why you do have directors and just your beginning employees, and they all just don't all get paid the same. Because the easiest thing would just pay them all the same, and then where we at? No, so there's more responsibility. Well, I don't need to tell you, you all know.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
I need a 5-minute break. You're gonna leave, huh? All right, we'll see you later, Council. Let's take it over. 5 minutes. 5 Mexicans. 5 Americans.
being from having a 5-minute break. This meeting is adjourned. We can go home.
Please think